Sorry about that, guys. We are live, everyone. Welcome into this Denver Broncos Syndicate live stream of night 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft. I am your host, Gage Madrid, and tonight is the night that we will finally see the Denver Broncos make picks as they select back-to-back picks in the third round, pick 67 and pick 68 overall. They received the 67th overall pick last year in a draft day trade with the Indianapolis Colts. So, although they did not have selections in either rounds 1 or 2, they still have a chance to add an impact player in round 3. There's even a chance that they could trade up if they feel like there's a player that they really like. So, just to kind of recap night 1 of the draft, guys, while we get some people streaming in here. Obviously, the expected happened at number 1 overall. Bryce Young went to the Carolina Panthers. CJ Stroud was somewhat a bit of a shock going number 2 overall to the Houston Texans. Many thought, myself included, that since he shared an agent with Deshaun Watson, that the Houston Texans would pass on him. However, they got him, and they also got the guy that I thought they were going to take at number 2, trading up with the Arizona Cardinals to select Will Anderson Jr. out of Alabama. So the Houston Texans get not only their franchise quarterback, but they're also able to get the best defensive prospect in this class. So an absolutely huge steal for them. Then number 4 overall, Anthony Richardson went to the Indianapolis Colts. Devin Witherspoon went number 5 overall to the Seattle Seahawks. Arizona then got Paris Johnson, number 6 overall, after a trade up with the Detroit Lions. So if you're paying attention, the Arizona Cardinals traded down to number 12, and then they traded back up to number 6. Then the Raiders got Tyree Wilson, the edge rusher out of Texas Tech. Falcons with a little bit of a surprise pick, Bijan Robinson, the running back out of Texas, who in my opinion was one of the top prospects in general in this class. So a big addition for the Atlanta Falcons. The Jalen Carter slide finally ended at pick number 9, going to the Philadelphia Eagles. Darnell Wright went to the Chicago Bears. So there is a recap of the top 10 of the 2022 or 2023 rather NFL Draft. Some other notable picks include Jahmyr Gibbs, running back out of Alabama, going number 12 overall to the Detroit Lions. Will McDonald, the edge rusher, went a little bit higher than I expected. He went 15th overall to the New York Jets, so the Jets elected not to add another offensive weapon for Aaron Rodgers. Same goes for the Packers. They did not add another weapon for Jordan Love. They went with Lucas Van Ness, 13th overall. So if you remember in the Aaron Rodgers trade, the Jets and the Packers ended up swapping picks, so those are the players that they picked with their respective picks. Then Christian Gonzalez, who in my opinion was the top cornerback prospect in this year's draft, ended up being the 3rd corner off the board, going 17th overall to Oregon. So it's going 17th overall to the Patriots, out of Oregon. So in my opinion, man, the Patriots got an absolute steal there as well. Kalijah Cansey to the Buccaneers at 19th overall. Again, really great value there. The defensive tackle out of Pitt. They're going to pair him alongside Vita Vea, and that interior defensive line is going to be really solid for them. Number 20 overall, Seattle Seahawks took Jackson Smith-Njigba, wide receiver out of Ohio State. He's a guy that sort of could fill the long-term replacement for Tyler Lockett role. I could definitely see that. Quentin Johnston then was the 2nd wide receiver off. He went to the Los Angeles Chargers, wide receiver out of TCU, and then 3rd wide receiver, Boston College, Zay Flowers, and 4th wide receiver, Jordan Addison to the Vikings out of USC. So a big run of wide receivers there in the middle of the 1st round. Then the New York Giants got a really good cornerback prospect in Deonte Banks out of Maryland. So he's one of the best man corners in this class, and I feel like he's going to fit right in with Wink Martindale's scheme. Buffalo Bills go with Dalton Kincaid, tight end out of Utah. First tight end off the board, another weapon for Josh Allen. And with the presence of both Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox, I feel like the Buffalo Bills are going to be running a lot more 2 tight end sets, otherwise known as 12 personnel. Dallas Cowboys add to their defensive line with Mozzie Smith, the interior defensive lineman out of Michigan. The Jacksonville Jaguars shore up protection for Trevor Lawrence in wake of the news that left tackle Cam Robinson is going to be suspended to start the season. So they take Anton Harrison, tackle out of Oklahoma. Bengals, they get another really solid player for their defensive line, taking edge rusher out of Clemson, Miles Murphy. Saints with the pick that the Denver Broncos initially had, or it was initially the 49ers pick, then it went to the Dolphins in the Trey Lance trade, then it came here to Denver in the Bradley Chubb trade, then it went to New Orleans in the Sean Payton trade, and with that pick, New Orleans took the defensive tackle out of Clemson, Brian Bresee, so pair of Clemson defenders off the board back-to-back. Philadelphia Eagles at number 30 overall were able to get Nolan Smith, edge rusher out of Georgia. I saw mocks out there that were mocking Nolan Smith to the Eagles at number 10 overall, and they were able to get him at number 30 overall. That is absolutely incredible value. And then the Chiefs with another edge rusher to close out the first round, Felix Anudike-Uzomah, edge rusher out of Kansas State, so he'll stay close to home there. A good pick for the Chiefs in my opinion. Obviously, I don't like it as a Broncos fan, but still, man, a really nice value for the Chiefs after losing Frank Clark this past off season. Now, meanwhile, as we move back into round 2 here, just give me a minute for my computer to load it here. The Pittsburgh Steelers are going to kick things off with the 32nd overall pick. Remember, guys, there were only 31 picks in the first round this year because the Miami Dolphins forfeited their pick in their tampering scandal when they went out and tried to recruit Sean Payton and Tom Brady when they were still members of the Buccaneers and the Saints. So the Steelers picked 32 overall. That's the pick that they acquired from the Chicago Bears in the Chase Claypool trade. Then Arizona at 33 overall, Detroit at 34 overall, and Indianapolis at 35 overall. However, there have been some really strong rumors that a team could be looking to trade up in the draft, possibly for Will Levis. The biggest storyline here, obviously, is the fact that Will Levis fell out of the first round. So it's going to be really interesting to see if there's a team out there that wants to jump up and get him. Teams I would definitely keep an eye on. Excuse me. Teams I would definitely keep an eye on for Will Levis include the Las Vegas Raiders, the Indianapolis Colts potentially teased it on Twitter with Jim Irsay, but I don't think that's actually going to happen. The Titans were a strong candidate to potentially trade up for him in the first round, so if they were able to trade up for him in the second round, that could be a potentially really big steal for them. Then another possibility includes the Atlanta Falcons if they want to get some competition for Desmond Ridder, as well as the New England Patriots because they may want to do the same for Mac Jones. It's been well noted that Bill Belichick does not have a whole lot of confidence in Mac Jones, so that would be an interesting landing spot as well for Will Levis. Another quarterback expected to go off the board today is Hendon Hooker, the quarterback out of Tennessee. He could go as high as in the second round, but I feel like he may slip down to the third round due to his injury, given the fact that he's coming off of a torn ACL. But he's got all the talent, but again, the age and the injuries are really just the big concerns there with Hendon Hooker. Meanwhile, guys, for the Denver Broncos, we are going to have to wait a little bit to make our first pick, but we do have some high picks in the third round. I do feel like there are some players that the team may want to look at. My guy at that pick, if he falls that far, which I don't think he will, the team may have to trade up for him, is John Michael Schmitz, the center out of Minnesota. So that's a guy I would keep an eye on. Also, Joe Tippmann, the center out of Iowa State. I feel like the Denver Broncos are a starting center away from really having a complete offensive line. Another position I would look at in the third round for the Broncos is maybe running back, given the fact that Javonte Williams is coming off of a serious injury. We have Samaje Perine, we have Tony Jones, and we have some guys behind them. But I feel like the Broncos really want to look to add a speedy, explosive back in the draft, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if they maybe look to go in that direction in the third round. Pulling up my big board here of running backs. Devon Achane out of Texas A&M is a possibility. Israel Bonacata out of Pitt, that's another possibility for the Broncos if they're really looking to add a speedy, dynamic threat at running back. Tyjae Spears out of Tulane, although I don't really feel like he's going to last that long. That is also another possibility. All right, guys, so it looks like we have got about a minute here before the shenanigans officially kick off. Looks like they're doing a little bit of an advertisement here by the Jonas Brothers, actually. And then it appears we will be getting all set and ready to go. Just make sure my audio's all good. Yep, seems to be. Awesome sauce. How's everyone doing tonight, guys? Be sure to let me know in the chat section below. Also, who do you think the Denver Broncos are going to take with the 67th and 68th overall pick? And if you have any questions for me about that, please be sure to let me know. I'd love to interact with you guys. So right now, looks like we are just playing a bit of a waiting game, waiting for Roger Goodell to come out and officially put the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock from Kansas City. And just a reminder, guys, once the draft picks get announced on Twitter, I will be announcing them here on the channel. I will give you guys a bit of a warning to dip out of the stream in case you do not want spoilers, but I personally cannot wait. Once the pick gets announced on Twitter, I'm going to announce it here. Really good turnout tonight for night 2 of the draft. Obviously, today being a Friday, you'd expect a little bit more of a heavy turnout. Make sure I got everything set here. Close this up. Are we going to go into another commercial? So, I have a question for you guys in the chat. Do you guys think that it's going to be a strong possibility that the Denver Broncos trade up back into the second round maybe, or maybe back up a little bit higher into the third round? If there's a player that they really like, especially one of the top center prospects that begins to fall, it would not surprise me at all if they maybe wanted to come up. But I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on that. Also, guys, is my audio good? Is everything all good there? And that reminds me, I wanted to bring in Brett Coleman's audio here. Get some insight from Brett Coleman and EJ Snyder of the Bootleg Football Podcast.
If it's a 20-pick differential, he's going to be off the board 10 picks before we get a chance. So we'll pick him now, and we don't care about the 20 picks. Like, we want this guy. This is the range where we can get him. Nobody's calling us to trade back.
It's going to be really interesting to see if the Pittsburgh Steelers want to trade down. If somebody wants to come up for Will Levis here. It was rumored that teams wanted to trade up with the Philadelphia Eagles before they ended up taking Nolan Smith. So I could definitely see that as a possibility for sure.
The Gibbs pick, to me, felt like lottery pick. Like, hey, we have 2 in the first round. We can burn one, and it's no problem. As long as we hit on one, we'll do it.
Why burn it?
You and I would not do this, so we feel very differently about how that pick.
Yeah, but clearly the Lions value the running back position, and they do not value DeAndre Swift.
That's what it felt like. We got 2. We'll just throw one up. We'll see what see what sticks. And again, Gibbs is a very good player. He's ranked very highly for both of us. He was not ranked that highly, and neither one of us would have done it in that range.
I saw a lot of the people that are trying to explain the pick. They're like, do you remember how important Theo Riddick was to that Lions offense when Theo was in his prime? He was catching a whole bunch of balls.
That's very true.
I do. They got Theo in the 6th round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can get this role elsewhere.
You're killing your own argument. I'm with you. And the other thing is,
fair enough.
We're very different when Theo Riddick was on the spot.
Yeah.
Like top to bottom. Different leadership.
Yeah, but having a pass-catching back for Jared Goff could really benefit him, in my opinion.
At the time, he was in Detroit, but he was picked many rounds later, and it was a completely different organization. So again, do it. At least on that pick.
I'm also think I might bring in. Yeah, I'm gonna bring in Mile High Huddle here as well. Oh, they are not live yet. Once Mile High Huddle's live, we'll bring them in get some of their insight on what the Broncos may do. But until that happens, I'm going to go ahead and bring Brett and EJ back in from the Bootleg Football Podcast. Here we go. I also think I'm going to throw a poll up in the chat here. I'm curious to see if you guys think the Denver Broncos are going to trade up in this year's draft.
Some teams might also think that maybe they could try him at center, right? So this is actually a really tough one to project. I will say somewhere between 32 and 50. I have no idea what team, because every team might see him differently position-wise. But I think he will go before pick 50.
I feel like he's a top 50 player on value. That doesn't always mean you'll go.
All right, guys, be sure to vote in our poll. Let me know if you think the Broncos are going to trade up in the draft this year. Again, guys, I feel like if there's a player they really like, they may very well do it.
Is an upside for teams. We can play him at tackle. We can play him at guard. We can start him at guard, move him to tackle. Ton of
They're talking about Cody Mock right now. That's another guy I really, really like as an interior offensive lineman for the Denver Broncos. Cody Mock out of North Dakota State. He's a guy who could play either center or guard for the Broncos. They could maybe move Quinn Miners to center and insert Cody Mock in at right guard. All right, guys, looks like Roger Goodell's coming in right now to officially get things going. He is kicking off the Boo the Commissioner tradition, as always.
Oh, there we go. Fun fact. And that's why people were saying, oh, Blau's brother-in-law might get picked by the same team that employed Blau.
That actually would have been fun.
Yeah.
But, you know, got to get a scat back instead. Anyway. Trippy Tree, $20. Thank you, Trippy Tree. Hey, y'all, Falcons fan here in the...
All right, guys. Here comes Goodell to officially put the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock.
But we need edge desperately, so who do y'all think the Falcons should aim for in round 2?
And here we go.
So, looking at where the Falcons...
So I believe it's going to be 5 or 7 minutes to make the pick. I'm not sure what it is for the second round. I think it's going to be 7 minutes for the second, 5 minutes for the third, but do not quote me on that. We'll wait to see what the clock officially says here. I cannot remember for sure.
Young pick there. He's a little bit older, but
Ojulari is the one.
I think Ojulari's the one.
I think he will too.
Yeah, B.J. Ojulari, edge rusher out of LSU. He's one of those guys that was a fringe first rounder for me, so I would not be surprised if he goes towards the top of the second round.
Maybe a little bit of a reach at that range, but if you want pure outside speed, he is one of the best at that in this draft, so I can see it as well. If you want a more power, Thule, Foskey. I don't really see Keon White as a fit. I mean, I know a lot of people are drawing a line because he went to Georgia Tech and it's close. In terms of role, it feels
they already
not
got
quite right.
They already got guys to do that.
Yeah,
they already got Calais, right? And I guess if you're grooming him under Calais, fine.
Sure.
But they already got other.
All right, looks like we got a vote in our poll here. Somebody believes that the Denver Broncos are indeed going to trade up. Whoever voted yes, who do you think that the team's going to trade up for? Or what position group do you think the team's going to trade up for? Drop those comments down below in the chat. I'd love to know.
They can just say, oh, we're going to grab this guy for a year or two. No, you still have roles to fill for next season.
Connor McCormick for $10. Thank you, Connor. Welcome back. Was nice to see you.
Also, guys, is my internet holding up okay? We were having some internet issues yesterday.
I'm the guy that won the shirt. It's really soft. It's super
really
sad.
soft.
My apartment internet sometimes is a little bit spotty, so let me know if everything's okay to this point.
Uzomah is home. Was there a report that the Chiefs tried to go up to Seattle?
I just think there was.
All right, guys, here we go. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock, and they do have 7 minutes to make their pick. And again, guys, once the pick gets announced here on Twitter, we will be announcing it on the stream. I will give you guys a bit of a warning, though, if you don't want spoilers, so you can dip out of here, just in case you guys do not want spoilers.
That never felt right. It was always going to be, how much are you going to have to pay to go up as far as...
Just a reminder, the Pittsburgh Steelers received this pick from the Chicago Bears at the top of the second round in the trade for Chase Claypool. We got Frank Lucetto in the house saying he believes they're going to take a center. I agree wholeheartedly. The Broncos just need a starting center to really complete their offensive line. John Michael Schmitz out of Minnesota, if he's available, I wouldn't be surprised if the team maybe moved up to get him. Also, Joe Tippmann out of Iowa State, Steve Avila out of TCU. So there are some really good options for stud centers for the Denver Broncos in the third round. Or, again, if they want to trade up into the second round, if those guys begin to fall, that is a really strong option as well.
Keep it up. So you impressed him, you impressed us.
All right, we got 5.5 minutes here for Pittsburgh to make this pick.
And you get a really soft shirt that, let me tell you, if you have a significant other,
And it's going to be interesting to see if some team wants to come up here and try to secure Will Levis. There were rumors that teams were trying to trade up with the Philadelphia Eagles to pick number 30.
Oh, why? This is just egregious. I don't have to relive the Claypool trade. We know already.
Yep, EJ Snyder, Brett Coleman, Bears fans. Yup, I agree. So it's going to be really interesting to see what the Pittsburgh Steelers want to do with this pick, if they do indeed make this pick.
I feel like they're going to stick and pick here, and the natural connection is Joey Porter Jr.
There, of course.
Position of need. He's the
Yep.
first one on the
And if the
board.
Steelers have the chance to commit nepotism, they'll do it.
Anyone other than Joey Porter, I would be at least, and if it's, especially if it's
I mean, they need a corner. They need a corner.
I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, we were talking about this.
I mean, who are the best corners available without,
Oh, man.
besides Joey Porter? Who would they possibly take?
Oh.
Tyreek Stevenson?
So when you start thinking
Cam Smith? DJ Turner? I don't know, man. The natural connection there for a corner for the Pittsburgh Steelers is Joey Porter.
This is, you know, it's almost the
Frank, if all of them are still there, in theory, I'm going John Michael Schmitz. He's, in my opinion, the best center out of this class. So I'm going John Michael Schmitz out of Minnesota if we have pick of the litter at the center position.
The second round's usually kind of the sweet spot for value, right?
All right, we got 3 minutes and 45 seconds left here for the Steelers.
Reset and refigure and kind of replan based on what positions.
Again, guys, some teams to look out to trade up potentially for Will Levis include the Las Vegas Raiders, Tennessee Titans. That's a strong possibility. Atlanta Falcons if they want some competition for Desmond Ridder. I don't really see that, though. Maybe the New England Patriots to compete with Mac Jones.
If it's not,
There are plenty of options. Or maybe the Detroit Lions. They're at 34. I don't know how sold they really are on Jared Goff as their guy of the future. So if Will Levis is there, which they obviously probably didn't expect him to be there, you got to think long and hard about it if you are the Detroit Lions.
they could still get offensive line depth, but I no longer think they are as desperate for it as they were before. On defense, we could look at linebacker. We could look at another edge. Would also make sense. We could look.
All right, guys, we're waiting here for the Steelers. All right, the Steelers have turned their card in. The pick is in. Once I get the pick here on Twitter, I will announce it. And again, I'll give you guys a little bit of a warning just in case you don't want the spoiler and you can go ahead and dip out of here. I'm just waiting. Okay, guys, I have the pick. I'm going to give you guys a 5-second warning here in case you want to dip out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the 32nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Joey Porter Jr., cornerback, Penn State. Come on, man. We all knew that pick was the right pick for the Steelers all along, man. Joey Porter Jr., the top corner that's still available. It's a position of need. Obviously, the connection's there with his father being a franchise icon for the Pittsburgh Steelers. This just makes too much sense, guys. So the Pittsburgh Steelers get their guy at 32 overall, Joey Porter Jr. to the Steelers. I know my guys, former hosts of the Pittsburgh Steelers Syndicate, and the current host, Joe Rocky, as well, but Mark and Owen, they'll also be big fans of this pick, I feel like. But Pittsburgh Steelers are able to get their guy. They get Broderick Jones in the first round, and now they get Joey Porter Jr. in the second round. So now the Arizona Cardinals are back on the clock, and it's going to be interesting if they want to stay pat, or maybe if someone comes calling to trade up for Will Levis, maybe wants to jump Detroit. Let's see what happens there.
Skills coming into the NFL. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a nickel. I don't care if you're an outside backer. You gotta have press man skills coming into the NFL. Joey Porter Jr., one of the best in this draft.
Cardinals really need a lot of help on defense, man. They could use some help on the defensive line. Obviously, they lost J.J. Watt and Zach Allen there on the D-line. Corner's an option, although the top corner is now gone. Here's Alan Faneca reading the pick.
Yeah, he's one of the guys who kind of fits everywhere.
Well, there you go. Joey Porter Jr. Steelers could not pass up on the opportunity to get him.
So I'm not really opposed to Brian Branch everywhere. It feels a little bit like, hey, sure, why not? Just grab a really good player. It feels like a needed outside corner, which is where...
Looks like we now got 3 votes in our poll, guys. 2 of you guys say that the Broncos are going to trade up. 1 of you guys believe that they will not trade up, and they will stand pat at pick 67 and pick 68.
So it's like, if you want to go back to being...
Joey Porter, linebacker for the Steelers from 99 to 2011. Again, a franchise cornerstone for them, and now gets to follow in the footsteps of his father, and hopefully gets to become a franchise icon for the Pittsburgh Steelers in his own right.
All night I've just been thinking,
It's Joey.
pick out the defense.
It's Joey. Yeah.
Here we go. They're announcing it.
Number 9 obviously is taken by Chris Boswell, so he's going to need to find himself a new number there in Pittsburgh.
There it is.
Yep. Come on, man. We all knew that was coming.
There it is.
All right, man. Now we just got to wait and see what the Arizona Cardinals want to do here.
They wanted.
They are still on the clock. They've got 3.5 minutes left.
Oh, he's got to be losing his mind.
Is my internet holding up okay, guys? Is the stream buffering at all for you? Let me know. Hopefully my apartment's internet's actually holding up this time. Alrighty, so the Arizona Cardinals did not have a first-round pick in 2022. Yesterday, they traded down and then traded back up to select Paris Johnson, tackle out of Ohio State, a guy that Kyler Murray personally lobbied for to the Cardinals front office, and it feels like the new regime is finally making an effort to actually listen to Kyler Murray, which is something that it feels like the old regime did not do. So here's hoping that now that they're actually surrounding Kyler with his guys, granted they did surround him with Hollywood Brown last year, but still, now that they're actually giving Kyler his guys to work with, maybe he will be pleased about it. We got just about 2 minutes left here for Arizona to make their pick. Mel Kiper's top needs for them are the defensive end, corner, interior offensive line. As much as it makes me want to barf, this could be a spot here for John Michael Schmitz, the center out of Minnesota. He's one of those guys that feels like he's probably going to go higher than you think he is.
Love that guy.
All right.
Sent a super chat about it if you have any info on Eli Ricks. His tape and advanced coverage numbers are about as good as any corner in this class.
Oh, boy, here come the Tennessee Titans. They're trading up. The Tennessee Titans are trading up to number 33. This has to be for Will Levis. Terms of the trade are waiting to come out, but the Tennessee Titans are trading with the Arizona Cardinals, coming up to the number 33 overall pick from the number 41 overall pick. Oh, here we go, guys. Here we go. Tennessee Titans coming up 8 spots. They're coming up for Will Levis. It's pretty clear that Malik Willis has fallen out of favor with the Titans organization, and they're coming up for Will Levis. I'll wait. I'll bring in Shefty's audio in a second when they come in to officially talk about it. Here he comes, guys. Here's Shefty talking about the trades. They tried to trade up with the Eagles last night, and now they're coming up with the Cardinals. This has to be Will Levis. Or they could shock us and keep Hendon Hooker in the state of Tennessee. You never know. The pick is in, guys. The pick is in. The Tennessee Titans. Sorry. All right, guys. Pick is in. I'm going to be stunned if this is not Will Levis. I'll mute it right here for now, but I'm going to be so stunned if this isn't Will Levis.
And seems to just not be able to stay healthy. He's an enigma. So I had him in tier 4, but he had tier 2.
All right. Are they going to go Will Levis or Hendon Hooker? If they go Hendon Hooker, then there have got to be some serious concerns with Will Levis. Okay, guys, we have the pick. I'm going to give you guys a 5-second warning. I'm going to dip out if you want to dip out so the pick isn't spoiled for you. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the 33rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Will Levis, quarterback, Kentucky. The slide's finally over, guys. The slide is finally over. We had rumors that the Titans were going to trade up. We thought they might even trade up in the first round for Will Levis. They ultimately end up trading up in the second round, and they have our hopeful quarterback of the future and successor to Ryan Tannehill. And now you have to imagine that they may be looking to dump off Malik Willis. And given the fact that they've expressed their displeasure with him, you have to imagine they're not going to get very much for him. But Malik Willis now on the chopping block, and the successor apparent to Ryan Tannehill is now in the building with Will Levis out of Kentucky.
What else would it be?
The rumor was that the Titans were a team that was possibly trying to trade up. Here comes Roger Goodell.
Tennessee Titans select Will Levis.
There it is. The slide is finally over. So Will Levis is interesting, man. The dude has a cannon for an arm, but accuracy is definitely a concern. There have been some reports about character issues, maturity issues. I'm not sure how much of it I actually want to buy. Levis is not in the green room tonight. He is not in the green room. He decided he did not want another media circus like he had last night, so he decided not to be in the green room and is now probably getting ready to board a plane to Nashville as we speak. Or not as we speak, but he'll probably be getting ready to go to the airport to go to Nashville. You know what I mean. All right, guys. Again, Will Levis has the arm strength. He just needs to hone in on accuracy more. He needs to hone in on his fundamentals. But it's a massive surprise that he fell out of the first round, and the slide is finally over. So now at 34 overall, the Detroit Lions are on the clock. I feel like they have a lot of team needs here that are not quarterbacks, so I don't think this is going to be a Hendon Hooker spot. I don't think Hendon Hooker is going to go quite this high. But since the Detroit Lions are now on the clock, guys, officially, I'm going to bring in audio from Grid, the Detroit Lions Syndicate. And I want to hear his reaction to what the Detroit Lions are going to do, man. Grid's always entertaining. It looks like he's actually got a sponsorship message up right now. So, okay, he's back. I'm going to bring in the audio right now from Grid so we can hear his reaction to the Detroit Lions pick.
Will Levis, man, way to hang in there.
So, yep, Will Levis hung in and finally got himself picked.
Jared Goff. Hey, Jared Goff is our quarterback, man. That's it. So Will
Yep.
Levis is not the pick.
Grid has always been a big supporter of Jared Goff, so clearly he's happy that Will Levis is not an option for them right now.
Quarterback.
I think they'll pick a quarterback. Maybe Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Maybe the TCU guy, Max Duggan. That's an option as well.
Your boy breathing hard, bro.
They'll probably take a later round quarterback because they need a backup quarterback. But it feels like the Detroit Lions. And here comes the pick, guys. The pick is in. All right, the pick is in. Do we have it online?
Lions pick is in.
Okay, guys, the pick is in. I have it. I'm going to give you guys a 5-second warning to dip out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the 34th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, The Detroit Lions select Sam Laporta,
Goodell is here. Here we go.
tight end, Iowa. Here comes Roger Goodell. Okay.
In the 2023 NFL
Here's Grid's reaction.
the Detroit Lions select Sam Laporta.
Oh, the tight end. Dang.
Out of tight end you, man.
Poole, another
Tight end
from
you.
Iowa. Mr. Poole, he said it to me 3 months ago.
Obviously, the
This
Lions
guy was
took
gonna be
T.J.
the big-
Hawkinson
I'm a
back in
bit surprised
2019
at this.
in the
We
first
just
round
cut
out of
T.J.
Iowa.
Hawkinson,
And
this guy
now they
might be
take
the
another
go-to.
Iowa tight
I'm
end,
a little
Sam
worried about the defense,
Laporta.
I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it's a tight end out of Iowa. That's really all you need to say.
He was a good
2022
defense,
Mackey
type of
Award
guy,
finalist for the
June.
nation's
We don't
best
look
tight
up his
end.
stuff right
6'3",
here, but
245
I'm surprised by
pounds.
this, man.
Dude, solid off the
That means
line.
that
He can
Brad
block.
Holmes must trust this defense
And now the
beyond
Detroit
belief.
Lions get a
I am
big-time
shocked.
weapon for Jared
Mr.
Goff.
Poole told me. He told me. And
Yep.
these guys are
Grid
excited.
wanted
He
defense.
said-
I know
Mr.
Grid
Poole
wanted
told me 3
defense.
months ago that he was a Dan Campbell type of guy. So
Yep.
Sam Laporta, tight
Dan,
end.
Dan Campbell, the former
Ironically,
tight end
traded
himself.
a first-round tight end from Iowa, and we take another one.
Yep.
I'm a bit. All I can say is I'm glad it wasn't the first round. Oh man.
Still, though, that's going to be a
woo.
big-time addition for
I'm
the
not gonna-
Detroit
I'm not
Lions.
questioning Brad. I'm not doing that just yet. Okay. I trust him. I'm not going to all of a sudden flip-flop, but this is tough.
All right, guys, so we are at the 35th overall pick. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock.
We got our
I'm
linebacker.
going to go ahead and switch off a Grid here. We got his reaction, and I'm going to bring Brett and EJ back in. Sam Laporta to the Detroit Lions. I really like that addition. So we got 3 minutes left here for the Indianapolis Colts to make their pick. Some top
Draft
needs
time,
for the
draft
Indianapolis
night.
Colts right now.
We are 1 hour away from the start of the first round, and we still have no idea who is picking in the top 5. Rumors have been swirling all day long. That
I mean, the
Tennessee-
Colts could maybe go wide receiver. Oh, wait, the Raiders have come up.
Arizona's been trying to trade
The Raiders have traded up, guys.
point.
Is this going to be for Hendon Hooker? The Las Vegas Raiders have traded up.
At least 4
We still have yet to get the compensation for the trade up earlier.
I'm good.
Okay, here's the trade between the Cardinals and the Titans. So the Cardinals receive the 41st pick, the 72nd pick, and a third rounder in 2024. Tennessee receives a 2023 second round pick, 33, which is obviously the Levis pick, and then pick 81 in the third round. So, okay, guys, and then the Raiders are coming up with the Indianapolis Colts.
And both
Let's
our
see if
phones
we
are
have the
saying
pick for
wildly
that.
different shit about all different players.
So who are the Raiders coming up for? The pick is in.
Same thing, different player. So and you know.
Who are the Raiders coming up for here? This better not be for John Michael Schmitz. I'm going to cry if it is. This better not be for freaking John Michael Schmitz. They need some interior offensive line help. Okay. Oh, thank God. At least it's not Michael Schmitz. I have the pick for the Raiders, guys. I will give it to you. I'll give you a countdown for the Raiders pick in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here comes a pick spoiler. With the 35th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Michael Mayer, tight end out of Notre Dame. So we now have back-to-back tight ends here. Seems like the Raiders wanted the tight end that the Lions took as a potential Darren Waller replacement. And now instead they come up here to get Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame. So Sam Laporta ends up going over Michael Mayer. Mayer goes as the third tight end off the board here. They're doubling down on Jimmy Garoppolo and doubling down on weapons for Jimmy Garoppolo. It's going to be interesting to see if the Raiders maybe want to take one of the later round quarterbacks, but at this point in time, the Las Vegas Raiders are officially Jimmy Garoppolo's team moving forward. As far as Michael Mayer is concerned, I feel like this feels a good fit for them. Obviously, they lost their 2 starting tight ends in free agency, Darren Waller and Foster Moreau. Unfortunately, Moreau currently dealing with cancer. I hope that he makes a full recovery and gets back to the NFL soon. But either way, man, the Raiders now give Jimmy Garoppolo a new weapon. They've got Devontae Adams there, got Hunter Renfrow there. They got Michael Mayer there, Jacoby Myers. So going to be really interesting to see if Jimmy Garoppolo can stay healthy and is able to effectively distribute the ball to all these weapons. Josh McDaniels got his guys, man. We'll give him that. We'll see if he's actually able to make it work this time. Spoiler alert, he won't. Here's Commissioner.
Raiders. With the 35th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Michael Mayer.
There we go.
Notre Dame.
All right, Michael Mayer. So now Los Angeles Rams are on the clock, pick 36 overall. Seems like their first premium pick in God knows how long. The Rams definitely have suffered from Super Bowl hangover last year. They need a lot of help on that roster, obviously trading away Jalen Ramsey, so they could really use some corner help. They could use some help at linebacker with the departure of Bobby Wagner. They could use some more help on their defensive line. I mean, there's a lot of different directions that the Rams could go with this pick. Now, with linebacker, it kind of surprised me because Jack Campbell, the top-rated linebacker on the board, I wasn't expecting him to go in the first round, but he did end up going to the first round to the Detroit Lions. So that's, again, another guy that just really fits the mold for what the Lions are trying to do. But as far as what the Rams could do, they could maybe go Drew Sanders, the linebacker out of Arkansas. Defensive line, they could go, I always struggle to say this guy's name, Adedamia Adebaware, I believe that is, the guy out of Northwestern. Keanu Benton's another option on the defensive interior for the Rams. They could go offensive line as well. This could be a possibility for John Michael Schmitz or Osiris Torrance or Joe Tippmann. There's plenty of possibilities there as well. Or do they maybe want to get another weapon for Matthew Stafford? Tight end, they still have Luke Musgrave on the board, Tucker Kraft. Wide receivers, still got Josh Downs, the guy out of North Carolina, on the board, Cedric Tillman. So it's going to be really interesting to see what direction the Rams want to go with this, or do they want to trade down? All right, we've got a minute and a half here for Los Angeles to make this pick. Okay. Ouch, this one kind of hurts for Denver. Oh, man, that sucks. So the Rams are going Steve Avila, the center out of TCU. He's a guy who can play both guard and center, an absolute mauler up front. The Rams really needed help on their defensive or on their offensive line, and they go out and get one of the best interior prospects in this year's class in Steve Avila out of TCU. Wow, that's a good pick for the Rams, dude. That is a good pick for them. That's one of the guys that I was definitely hoping the Broncos could potentially target. And now I worry that we may see a run of interior offensive linemen. So if the Broncos are really desperate for a starting center, they may have to start thinking about putting a package together to come up. They may have to package their 2/3 together and come up, maybe even send one of their picks next year. Because at this point, I am worried there's going to be a run of interior offensive linemen. I worry John Michael Schmitz is going to go. Joe Tippmann's going to go. Yeah, this might be a run here of interior offensive linemen. So next up, we have the Seattle Seahawks at pick 37. They're also a team that could really use some help on their offensive line. Same goes for the Indianapolis Colts at pick 38. So, yeah, guys, I worry this could be a run of offensive linemen right here. And the guys that Denver may be trying to target could be going off the board one by one. All right, so Steve Avila officially going to the Los Angeles Rams with the 36th overall pick. And now we wait for Seattle. So, terms of the Colts trade with the Raiders, the Colts get pick 35, the Raiders get pick 38 and pick 141. or the Colts trade pick 35, the Raiders trade pick 38 and 141. So the Colts receive 38 and 141. All right, so we're just waiting for Steve Avila to officially get announced. So now, big question for the Tennessee Titans with the presence of Will Levis. What do they do with Malik Willis? The dude had a lot of buzz coming out of the draft last year, out of Liberty, but ever since then he's really struggled. He looked really raw last year. Here's Roger Goodell, or here's actually, who do we got?
With the 36th pick in
Is that
the
Isaac Bruce?
2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Steve Avila, guard, TCU.
There we go. Steve Avila is officially a Los Angeles Ram. Again, man, I really like that for them. He can play at both guard and center, gives Matthew Stafford some much-needed protection up front. All right, now let's see here. Do we have the Seahawks pick yet? Yes, we do. Alrighty, guys, I've got the pick here for the Seahawks. Spoiler alert coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the 37th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Auburn edge rusher Derek Hall. Okay. All right, guys. So Derek Hall goes to the Seattle Seahawks. They continue to beef up their defense a lot. Oh, my God. The Seattle Seahawks just continue to win, man. They absolutely continue to win. This is the second round pick that they got from the Denver Broncos in the Russell Wilson trade. They were able to pick up another corner in Devin Witherspoon to pair alongside Tariq Woolen. They got Jackson Smith and Jigba. In free agency, they got Draymond Jones and Julian Love, as well as Jaron Reed. And now they bring in Derek Hall to shore up that edge rushing unit. So now at this point, I'd probably say the top edge rush prospect that's still available is BJ Ojulari. And after that, things really start to fall off. So the Broncos may be a little bit SOL if they were trying to target edge. So now with pick 38, the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. Here comes the commissioner.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Derek Hall, linebacker, Auburn.
There we go.
Auburn's defensive player of the year last year, now 19.
Did I hear that? 19 sacks?
He's a great kid. He's a heck of a
Jesus, that's insane.
about what he was able to do at Auburn. He set the tone real.
All right, guys. So Colts now on the clock with the pick that they traded down with the Las Vegas Raiders. I'm curious to see if they want to go offensive line here. That's definitely a position of need for them. They have a really solid starting center, in my opinion, in Ryan Kelly, although he was on the trade block. So maybe they want to go Osiris Torrance to fill that right guard spot. And that would really shore up that unit for them. They had Bernard. Oh, wait, nope, they're trading the pick. They are trading the pick to the Atlanta Falcons. Okay, so the Falcons are coming up. I'm curious who this is going to be for. So the Indianapolis Colts sent number 38 to Atlanta for number 44 and 110. So the Colts trade down again, and they now have 9 picks in the draft. So Atlanta's got 3 minutes and 19 seconds to make their pick. It's going to be really interesting to see who they came up for. Falcons could use some D-line help, could maybe use some corner help, wide receiver help. They took a bit of what, in my opinion, was a luxury pick yesterday with Bijan Robinson, the top running back in this year's class. Alrighty, guys, so the Falcons pick is in. I'm just waiting to officially get it here. I do not have the Falcons pick yet. Oh, okay. Alrighty, guys. I will give you a minute here. I've got the pick. So I'll spoil it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Atlanta goes with Matthew Bergeron, tackle out of Syracuse. So it's going to be interesting to see. Do they want to play him at left tackle? They've got their 2 starting tackles set with Jake Matthews and Caleb McGarry, who they just locked up. So it's possible they want to maybe kick him inside to guard. I could easily see Bergeron potentially doing well at guard. So this is an interesting one for the Atlanta Falcons, given that they have both Jake Matthews, who granted is getting up there, but he's still a really solid tackle. And then obviously they just gave Caleb McGarry a crap ton of money. So really intrigued by this pick. I'm curious to see if the Falcons maybe view Bergeron as a guard at the NFL level. All right, guys, looks like we got 5 votes in our poll so far. Looks like 60% of you guys believe that the Broncos are not going to trade up from 67 or 68. Here is John Abraham to announce the pick for the Atlanta Falcons.
38th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons have selected Matthew Bergeron, guard, Syracuse.
There we go, man.
Let's go, Falcons.
Another one of the top offensive line prospects that was still available, now off the board. And there's Bergeron back in Quebec. I didn't realize he was from Canada. So now we are at pick number 39. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock. And after that, we are at 40 with the New Orleans Saints. According to Ian Rappaport, the Atlanta Falcons heavily considered a tackle with the 8th overall pick, instead opting for Bijan Robinson. So now they go ahead and address that need in the 2nd round. Let's bring in
Coming back, 'cause
Brett and
Manscaped
EJ
wasn't
back.
Paying for this entire trip, they're paying for this entire production.
There we go. All right, so we got 4 minutes here.
Okay.
Oh,
Rockies, if you're here, I'm sorry, bud.
Talkie's not a Bergeron.
Brett and EJ clearly.
Biggest Bergeron guy. He wanted him in the 2nd round.
Oh, okay. All right.
This is
Brett and
awesome.
EJ
I
clearly
that
love it.
Bergeron. Great story. Super athletic left tackle. Obviously not all the way there, but if he's growing behind Jake Matthews.
Yeah, so this is possibly a pick for the future.
But even
Or again, have him compete at left guard.
not playing left guard for them this year. Have him be an heir apparent to Jake Matthews as somebody who's a better athlete than Jake Matthews. This is a great pick.
I mean, I don't know though, man. I still feel like Jake Matthews is playing solid ball.
He had a
So now Carolina Panthers on the clock. Obviously took Bryce Young, number 1 overall yesterday, and they are now set to make their 2nd pick.
there are sometimes
I feel like they could definitely beef up their offensive line, ensure up some protection for Bryce.
that
I don't know if there'd be a wide receiver available right now that Carolina could justify here. Obviously, they traded away their number 1 option in DJ Moore. I don't know if it's early enough to justify, or I don't know if we're far enough along to justify Josh Downs. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they maybe want to go interior offensive line here and try to beef things up a little bit and shore up that protection for Bryce Young.
it's all there. He needs some consistency. Lots of young tackles do. He doesn't have to play right away. You can slot him in at guard. That was a very popular sort of
Linebackers also an option. Maybe is this a landing spot for Drew Sanders?
guard. I think he can play tackle.
Okay, Carolina's pick is in.
Potentially. The good news is he doesn't have to come in with the pressure of, hey,
Oh, okay.
tackles or our
Alrighty, guys. I have the pick here.
front side, whatever.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the 39th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver out of Old Miss. Man, this is a name that really started to rise up people's draft boards later on in the draft process. So Jonathan Mingo was a guy the Panthers clearly coveted enough to justify taking him at the 39th overall pick. So now, after trading away DJ Moore, they get another weapon in the building for Bryce Young to throw to. Let's pull up a scouting report here on Jonathan Mingo real quick here. Oh, man, Marcus Whitman of That Franchise Guy had Mingo rated pretty low on his wide receiver prospects. He had him down there pretty low here. So Mingo is 6'1.5", 220 pounds. Run is a 4.46 40, 39.5-inch vert. Has a description as a vertical, big slaughter possession wide receiver. But still apparently is one of those more raw prospects out there. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the Carolina Panthers view Jonathan Mingo in their offense moving forward. Is he one of those picks for the future more so, or is he a guy that they anticipate will make a more immediate impact? So now we're at pick number 40, guys. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock, followed by 41, the Arizona Cardinals.
Of what Bryce does well, Mingo probably fits Bryce better.
I was gonna say if it's between Mingo and
Well, there you go. Clearly, Brett and EJ feel Mingo was a good fit.
Better size. You know, well, I shouldn't say better jump ball guy. He has some ridiculous contested catches, some that inexplicably he doesn't come down with. But when you look at his contested catch percentage for every single contested target, he's a fairly low contested catch percentage. But a lot of them, I feel like maybe he wasn't given due credit because there was.
Oh, here's the pick. Jonathan Stewart, former Panthers running back, on to announce it.
Organization for this opportunity. And with the 39th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft,
I had unfortunately
the
wasn't given a
Carolina
whole lot of
Panthers
contested
select
catch opportunities.
Jonathan Mingo,
Bryce is
wide
very
receiver,
good.
Ole Miss.
There we go. All right, so Bryce Young gets another weapon in the building.
In terms of taking back shoulder fades and all that kind of stuff.
And now at number 40, the New Orleans Saints are up.
Close to the vertical.
Again, guys, be sure to vote in our poll. Let me know if you think the Denver Broncos are going to trade up tonight, or if you think they're going to stand pat at pick 67 or pick 68. Let me know in those comments below.
sometimes they just need to say we had
Some nice shots there of Jonathan Mingo winning off the line against press coverage.
So we're just gonna go get it.
Good jump ball guy, man. This could be a really nice addition for Bryce Young.
You drafted a young quarterback.
I
Gotta
think
help
if
him
it's
out.
not
Had 51 catches, 861 yards, and 5 touchdowns last year for Ole Miss.
I guess it's not that.
well, I don't know. You got the number 1 overall pick.
Carolina to
Yeah, you got the
Carolina to
number 1
KC.
overall pick.
Jay Stu, what's up?
There we go. Let's bring that down. All right, number 40. We're still waiting for New Orleans to make that pick officially.
Oh, it is Mingo. What's up? All right.
Nicely done.
I actually didn't. I really didn't know that
Nope,
was coming.
nice.
Yep,
done.
Brett predicted it, man.
And
Let's go.
I think this is the Titans, or sorry, the Panthers saying, we just want to stack the deck. We believe in Terrace Marshall,
My internet holding up okay, guys? Is everything
our tight ends, even if
everything holding up well? Is my connection good? Let me know.
are usable for as much as we're going to feature them in our offense.
All right, so we got about 2 minutes left here for New Orleans to make their pick.
Big physically and big in the minds of defense. And Mingo is both of those things. He had a big
And the pick is in, guys, for New Orleans. I am waiting to officially get it here. My cat is trying to get up here on the table.
3 routes. Really about 2.
Yeah. Go, cross, curl.
Yeah,
That's
and they
about it.
didn't do a ton.
Can New Orleans be going maybe Darnell Washington here?
Cross, and they did a lot of go. And
Tight end out of Georgia.
action was what you might expect for a receiver that comes on the field and the defense knows which route he's running. 1 of 2.
Still waiting. The TV says New Orleans pick is in. It has not been announced on Twitter yet, though.
They ran it from the slot. They ran it from both outside positions. They ran
Okay, is this
Production
it?
skyrocket.
No?
You saw his potential grow with NFL teams. They didn't have to imagine what he might be anymore on X.
Okay, we've got New Orleans pick, guys.
Really saw
Spoiler alert coming in 5,
when
4,
offensive
3,
coordinator said, "All right,
2,
play
1.
let you
With the
do
40th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Isaiah Foskey, edge rusher out of Notre Dame. So BJ Ojolari,
right?" Reminds a
the
lot.
backyard kid out of LSU, they pass on him in favor of Isaiah Foskey.
I don't think there's
Wow, that's honestly kind of surprising, man.
easy comparison.
So Foskey, 6'5", 263 pounds, has 34-inch arms.
But coming out,
Runs a 4.58 40, 34-inch vert.
big, physically fast.
According to Marcus Whitman, can fit as both a 3-4 and 4-3 interior lineman, or edge rusher, excuse me. Let's go ahead and read the description on him. Foskey is a capable, balanced edge player and an all-around good athlete, but has a lack of high-end traits. He's persistent in his rush to work the quarterback with a good bull rush and a handful of complementary moves, including swim and rip moves that he can win with as well. He's textbook as a run defender and should be able to hold up at worst as an adequate run defender in the NFL. He's a pretty safe projection as a rotational edge rush number 3, but if drafted to become a starter in the NFL, like New Orleans may have potentially done there, honestly, he may never give you the high-end production you look for at that spot. So, it's interesting to see how much the Saints covet Isaiah Foskey. Obviously, Cam Jordan's getting up there in age a little bit, so they may want a successor to him. They also have Peyton Turner there as well, so they could definitely sit Isaiah Foskey and let him develop a little bit more before Cam Jordan officially departs.
Running back is an option here. If we think
So now at 41, the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock, followed by the Green Bay Packers.
let's see what we got. Roman Harper.
All right, we got 3.5 minutes here for Arizona to make their pick.
2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Isaiah Foskey, defensive end.
Yo,
Yeah, that's a big one, man.
I don't.
Why not?
With all the edges on the board,
Well, think
and you
about
take
the ones,
Isaiah Foskey.
Think about the ones that are on the board and the way the Saints like to play.
I know they love.
I mean, I would have probably gone in the direction of BJ Ojolari, but they clearly wanted a bigger body, and that's what Isaiah Foskey would provide.
I'm saying for the way they like him and the way they play him. I mean,
I kind of have to agree with EJ there. Again, like, I like Isaiah Foskey better as a prospect, but for what New Orleans wants to do and the edge rushers that they like to have, Isaiah Foskey was the guy who made the most sense because they like bigger edge rushers.
Turner in the first round. They
better
took.
than, I think he's better than Peyton Turner in terms of skill, not physically.
I mean, and then
Physically, I think Peyton Turner was.
So the Cardinals, again, they could really use some help on their defensive line, so this could be a spot for Keon White.
2 first-round picks from Marcus Davenport.
That was a lot.
Buda Baker is a guy who's been on the trade block, so could this be a guy? Could this be a spot here for
Defensive line and they did.
oh Jesus, Brian Branch, safety out of Alabama?
Come on, man. Get somebody who can bend.
That could be an option.
Still, after 11 years, the
Or again, do they want to keep beefing up the offensive line? Maybe get their center of the future in John Michael Schmitz? I really hope not.
Ojolari is when you
That's a guy I really am hoping falls to Denver.
LSU to the Saints, sort of.
Arizona's pick is in. Okay.
But they don't do it. Like that's
Okay, well, so the Cardinals take the player that I thought New Orleans should have taken. They go with BJ Ojolari. Get some help on the edge rushing unit. Obviously, they lost J.J. Watt this past offseason this offseason to retirement. They lost Zach Allen on the interior defensive line. They lost Chandler Jones 2 off seasons ago. So they get some much needed help at edge in LSU edge Ojolari, BJ Ojolari. So I really like this guy's athleticism. He's really quick off the line, and I feel like he could be a really good impact player in this Jonathan Gannon defense and maybe sort of fill the Hassan Reddick role, who was, ironically enough, another former Arizona Cardinal. But yeah, I really like this pick for what Jonathan Gannon is trying to do in Arizona. So BJ Ojolari's finally off the board, 41 overall. Now we got back-to-back picks, Aaron Rodgers' old team and Aaron Rodgers' new team. Green Bay at 42, the Jets at 43. Is this the point where Green Bay wants to go wide receiver here? Does Green Bay want to go with a guy like maybe Josh Downs? Maybe Jalen Hyatt as well? That's an option.
Unlike Davenport, who was going to take some years to mature.
Tight end, I mean, Luke Musgrave's still available. That's probably the best option there. Green Bay lost their starting tight end this past offseason, Bob Tunyon. There's Steph Curry warming up for Kings Warriors tonight.
Because they just
Cardinals pick is in.
yeah.
We're just ripping through them.
Yeah, man. Feels like it's going a lot quicker than last night did, for sure.
It makes sense just on value. I could see Byron Young. But again, he's older than Ojolari.
Okay, so the Packers are going with Luke Musgrave. They get a new starting tight end, and Jordan Love finally gets a new weapon. All right, I like this. Luke Musgrave was really the last decent tight end that was available. After that, things really kind of start to fall off. Luke Schoonmaker's okay. Zach Kuntz, Davis Allen, Brenton Strange. So after this, the tight end class was starting to fall off a bit. Here's the Cardinals pick.
With the 41st pick in the 2023
Well,
draft,
he wins the other
the
way.
Arizona Cardinals select
I don't necessarily
BJ Ojolari.
All right. BJ to the Cardinals and Luke Musgrave to the Packers. All right. So things are moving a lot quicker now. Again, man, tight end was one of the biggest needs for the Packers remaining. They lost Robert Tunyon and Mercedes Lewis, I believe. So this is a big, big addition for them. Jordan Love gets another pass catcher. And if they're really trying to invest in Jordan Love as the future of this franchise, they will get him as many weapons as they can to make his life easier. Kind of surprised they maybe didn't go offensive line here, but they feel clearly like Luke Musgrave will make a big impact for them.
LSU uses him on fold to the inside loop stunts really often. And he's very good at it. He converts on those opportunities. So good for their coaching staff for doing that. When he does win one-on-one, it is with...
All right, so now the New York Jets are on the clock, followed by the Indianapolis Colts.
But if he wins quickly on the outside. And then he's got very good speed to close. Like, in a straight line, he's fast. He can run people down.
TV now says the Luke Musgrave pick is in.
Even if he's
We're waiting
not
for
fully
them to come out and
developed,
officially announce it.
tries them, right? And I love the experimentation. Impeccable character. You don't get to wear 18 at LSU unless you are a leader on and off the field. As clean a pick as you could hope for at 41. Great pick.
All right, here comes the announcement. It's Roger Goodell to announce this one.
The Green Bay Packers select
So they're doing a great
Luke
job.
Musgrave,
Keep picking.
tight end,
All right,
Oregon State.
so now the Jets are up.
Like they've turned a corner. They did,
Do they want to maybe go with somebody to catch balls for Aaron Rodgers? Obviously, they've got Garrett Wilson there. They got Mecole Hardman there. Alan Lazard.
all right, player I got to see in person.
Corey Davis has been rumored to be on the trade block, so perhaps they want to go with somebody to fill the Corey Davis role here.
Biggest thing known about Luke Musgrave is he is the coolest cucumber in the room. He is not gonna be cowed or
Luke Musgrave, the nephew of former Broncos offensive coordinator Bill Musgrave, so that's kind of cool.
walking up and down the media line, joking, talking to his family, relaxed. You would have thought it was a Saturday picnic in the park. Everybody was there to see him. He was the top player available at that pro day. started off this year great guns, went through a couple of games, had about 11 catches, 160 yards.
Jesus.
In, like 2 games, looked like he was going to be the centerpiece of the Beavers offense. Gets hurt.
Bummer.
So his production numbers don't look great. He's got a great frame, 6'4", 250.
All right, we got 2 minutes for this Jets pick.
Has power to block. Needs to add a little bit more bend.
And the pick is in for the Jets.
Inline blocking.
I'm waiting here for it to officially get announced on Twitter.
That's honestly, if you're drafting Luke Musgrave at this range and you're asking him to stay in line as a Y and block, you're not doing it right, because he can dominate downseam. He runs like a wide receiver. He is fast. He catches the ball away from his body.
Jets pick still has not been announced on Twitter, even though it says...
Has very good hands.
Oh, what the hell? Are we really
Body control. I would say
switching off to the...
edge rushers, but he's bendier than Michael Mayer.
Is the draft going to be on ESPN2 now? What the hell?
He can contort and get to the ball. It is a projection, right? It is. We think he can do it. Man, he's got the size. He's got.
Okay, yeah. So now the draft's on ESPN2. So I gotta come over here and switch this over on my stream so I can get the bottom ticker still. Give me 1 second, guys. Bear with me here. Let me change this out real quick.
For the Packers, from what they've had at
No, we don't want to watch basketball. We want to watch the draft. Sorry about this, guys. I did not realize they were going to do the NBA playoffs on ESPN. However, obviously that makes sense.
One quick note before we get to the
Oh my God, are you serious? Come on, you stupid slow-ass computer.
If you enjoyed any of the content or prospect interviews with
There we go. Oh no, I don't want NFL Network. I want ESPN2. I do not want NFL Network.
Whether it's super chat,
There we go. Okay, so here they come to announce the Brickishaw Ferguson, Jets legendary left tackle. Joe Tittman to the Jets. Aaron Rodgers gets his starting center. Oh, that blows. That's a guy I was looking for Denver. Joe Tittman. Now the first center off the board. Oh, God, that one stings, guys. Or actually, well, second center off the board, but still. Oh, my God. Joe Tittman goes ahead of John Michael Schmitz. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock, followed by the Green Bay Packers. Oh, that sucks. Joe Tittman, center out of Iowa State. Incredible run blocker. Absolutely vicious. There's a rock and pass protection as well. One of the better interior offensive line prospects in this class. That's a loss for Denver for sure, man. I was hoping he'd be in striking distance for us. So now here we sit at pick 44. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. Oh, God, Joe Tittman. That hurts. That hurts. So now the best interior guys available are John Michael Schmitz and Osiris Torrance. Luke Weipler out of Ohio State. Cody Mock out of North Dakota State. Those are all guys who are still options for the Denver Broncos at center. Because I really don't feel like the team is confident in Lloyd Cushenberry moving forward. So they're really, in my opinion, looking to upgrade at the center position. Man, that blows, though, man. I really liked Joe Tittman. Okay. Colts pick is in. And just a reminder, DeMarcus Ware will be announcing the Denver Broncos' third-round pick this year, so that's really cool. Still waiting for the Colts pick to get spoiled. Oh, okay. So the Falcons used to have this pick, but this was the one that they traded with the Colts when they traded up. And the Colts are selecting Julius Brents, corner out of K-State. Okay. I did not necessarily expect Julius Brents to go that high. I felt like some corners such as Tyreek Stevenson or maybe Cam Smith, maybe even DJ Turner or Keely Ringo would have gone ahead of him. But Julius Brents, huh? That is interesting. Clearly the Colts needed some help at corner. They lost Stephon Gilmore this past offseason. I don't know about that one, man. This is one of the first picks that I'm truly a little bit stumped about. I think Julius Brents is a decent player. I just didn't think that he was going to get that far. He was going to be drafted this high. I mean, he's got good athleticism, but makes quite a bit of mental mistakes in his game. I don't know, man. Julius Brents here. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I really don't know about that one. There are other corners on the board that I feel like would have made more sense for Indianapolis. So now, Green Bay Packers are on the clock, followed by the New England Patriots. All right, here comes Goodell to announce the Julius Brents pick.
2023 NFL Draft. The Indianapolis Colts select Julius Brents, defensive back, Kansas State.
Yeah, again, man, I just feel like there were better corners on the board. I would have gone Cam Smith there. But clearly they wanted a bigger bodied corner to maybe fill that Stephon Gilmore role. That's probably why they went in the direction of Julius Brents. I would have probably gone with Ringo as the bigger bodied guy, but that's tough. That is really tough. Because there's not really a huge size difference between Brents and Ringo. All right, so the Packers are on the clock now. Oh, we got a trade. Packers are trading with the Detroit Lions. They are sending the 45th pick to the Detroit Lions. Let's get Grid's reaction in here. Let's get the Detroit Lions Syndicate. Pull up their live stream. I want to hear Grid's reaction to this. Ari Mirov just tweeted that the Packers and the Lions are trading. Oh, he's off screen. Oh, God. He stepped off screen. All right, the Detroit Lions have traded up to the 45th pick. Green Bay has moved. Green Bay has moved down to 48. Grid got caught off guard, man. He was off screen. Alrighty, guys. There he is. There he is.
This is our backup. Our backup quarterback is right now.
I think this could be Hendon Hooker.
No. It ain't Red Bull. It's a little something, but it ain't no Red.
Oh, it's not. It's not.
Make some noise. Let's go.
Brian Branch is finally off the board. The Lions go safety. Brian Branch, safety out of Alabama, off the board. It is not Hendon Hooker. It is not your backup quarterback, Grid. No, it's not.
I need 150
it's Brian Branch, according to Ari Mirov.
Detroit Lions videos every day, and I'm
Branch, the top-ranked safety on the board, now goes to the Detroit Lions.
The realest ones. We don't do clickbait thumbnails.
That's a position of need for them. Well, I don't know. They have C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and is Tracy Walker still there? I can't remember. Let's look at the Detroit Lions depth chart.
So what did we give up, Mr. Poole? What is the compensation, bro? Lions trade up.
Yeah, we're still waiting on the
traded with the
compensation.
Well, the Packers is the trade, man. What are we doing? We not taking Stetson Bennett. Stop it.
Nope, it's
Maybe we
Brian
trade for
Branch.
Swift. Okay, we gave
Brian
them
Branch,
159,
safety out of
which is
Alabama.
a
Let's see
fifth-round
here.
pick,
Safety,
right?
safety, safety. Yeah, they got C.J.
this
Gardner
gotta be-
Johnson,
hey, is
and
that it?
Tracy is still there. So
Wait,
this
is
is
that it?
interesting, man.
Ringo?
Perhaps this is their-
Oh, if we take Ringo, bro,
Perhaps this
I'ma
is
be
their
sick.
succession plan for Tracy
We
Walker.
don't need him right now. We don't need
This
him
is-
right
this feels
now.
like
If
a
we take,
pick of the
man, if we
future
take-
here.
If we take Ringo, that's
And
gonna
it
be-
feels like the Lions, yeah, the
let me
Lions
blow
jumped the
myself up.
Patriots to get him because the Patriots needed a
that ain't-
replacement
that ain't
for
who we
Devin
need right
McCourty.
now, bro.
Brian
Yeah, and please
Branch
don't
to the
spoil.
Detroit
Please,
Lions.
Please. Branch or Ringo, we don't need them right now. We don't need
Well,
either. We need a
Grid's gonna be
defensive lineman.
disappointed. It's Brian Branch.
Where is Branch going to play right now? We don't need either of them guys.
He's not happy. He's not gonna be happy. It's Brian Branch.
Okay, so we only lost. We
Yeah,
came
this is
up
gonna be a pick
4
of the
spots,
future for the
and
Lions.
We gave up a fifth-round pick.
Okay, that's
right?
not
So we got
bad.
two-
They only
we
traded a
back to where we
5th-round
started,
pick to
two
come up
fifths
to
and
get
six.
Brian Branch. I'm honestly,
Yes,
that's a
we
good
can,
deal
Tom,
for
but We
them.
already got one of them guys, and C.J. Gardner. I mean, we talked about this, but we got to address the defensive line, bro. All right, here we go.
All
Here we
right,
go. Let me.
Grid is not gonna be
No,
happy.
No, Bleacher Report spoiled it. I know. Oh my God. Okay, I know what side of the ball it's on. All right, so they get a 5th-round pick, like Mr. Poole said. I know what side of the ball it's on. I'm not gonna spoil it. Bleacher Report. God,
Yeah.
man, I didn't see who it was, but they spoiled it, man.
Well,
All right, let's do it.
yep, it's Brian
So
Branch.
we don't know who he is yet, but they spoiled.
Here
Bleacher
comes the
Report
official
already knows.
announcement.
Do not put it in this chat. I know what side of the ball it's on, though. I'm not
Yeah,
mad.
Grid does not want spoilers.
I'm not. I don't know. I didn't look. I don't know. I'm
Well,
not
he
gonna
just
tell you
said
what
he
side of
didn't
the
want
ball
that
it's on,
particular
but
player,
all I
so-
saw was what side of the ball it's on. All right. Oh my God. So I know who this could be. It's gonna be. Listen, this is gonna be somebody you wanted. It's gonna be somebody you wanted. I can't say, but it's gonna be somebody you wanted.
It's gonna be Brian Branch.
All right, please don't spoil this pick, man. No,
And they're drawing this out, man.
It was on Bleacher Report.
They're waiting to
Bleacher
announce
Report
this
came
as
through.
long as they can.
Because I had to turn my phone around yesterday. All right, is this it? Here we go.
Here they come. Here comes
All
Grid's
right, the
reaction.
Detroit Lions are about to pick. It's either going to be Roger Goodell. Yep, he's coming out. Here we go.
And here is Roger Goodell. Those boat shoes, those commissioner boat shoes we got rocking today. Oh, the fans are booing his shoes, I guess.
The Green Bay Packers have traded the 45th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 45th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft,
I do like
the
Brian
Detroit
Branch to the Lions.
select Brian Branch, defensive back.
Y'all were right. Y'all were right. Brian Branch. Everybody who wanted him is here. Our secondary going to be wicked. I didn't think we really needed him right now, but he's in the green room. He was one of the guys that weren't selected.
gonna be their
Brian
long-term
Branch,
replacement
there we
for
go.
Tracy
We got a
Walker.
defensive guy. I'm still wondering about that defensive line, but maybe Brad Holmes thinks that we're rolling with. He thinks the guys we got are good enough. Brian Branch comes off.
All right, and I have the Patriots pick, guys. At 46, the Patriots are taking Keon White, edge out of Georgia Tech. So the Keon White slide stops, and the Patriots get some help for their edge unit. All right, Keon White to the New England Patriots. White was Marcus Whitman's 13th ranked edge rusher in this class. Let's see here. Let's read the comparison. So, for those who don't know, White actually began his career as a tight end. He then switched to D-end in 2019 and transferred from Old Dominion to Georgia Tech in 2021, only to miss significant time in that fifth college season due to an off-season injury. He finally became an impact player for the Yellow Jackets as a hybrid defensive end in 2022. He's a unique athlete with a size and speed profile that NFL coaches will get excited about coaching up. But his game has a long way to go before he can be a consistent impact player in the NFL. As a run defender, he shows flashes of discipline and play strength, but is far too inconsistent with his eyes and doesn't follow the strength in his arms that you would expect as a head-up run defender. At this point, it's difficult to say that he will be a reliable strong side run defender. He is, however, good as the force player to maintain outside leverage and excellent slanting and chasing as a backside end. As a rusher, he has a rare first step at his size that he uses to convert speed to power when he was able to line up from a wide alignment. However, he relies on this first step to generate power as the aforementioned lack of strength in his arms and hands show up when he can't build up the speed before contact, and he doesn't get as much power from the upper half that you might expect given his size. Jesus, this is a long description. He flashes occasional counter moves, including push, pull, and spin moves to deconstruct blocks, but does not execute them frequently, and his only other predetermined move beyond the bull rush is an outside rip move around the corner that is hit or missed due to his lack of bend. He's an interesting prospect given his background and physical tools, but at 24 years old, he does have a lot of kinks to work out before he can be an effective or reliable player in the NFL. So there you go, guys. That is the write-up on Keion White. He's a guy who needs to hone in on his craft a little bit more. I'm really interested to see what Bill Belichick does with him. But if Bill Belichick likes him for his defense, then you really can't question the pick too much. So now the Washington Commanders are on the clock at 47 overall, followed by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And the Buccaneers got that pick in a trade up with the Packers, who are moving down once again. So the Packers moved down with the Lions, and now they're moving down again with the Buccaneers. So we obviously saw an edge rusher go off here with Keion White. Do the Buccaneers want to add an edge rusher as well? That is interesting. They still have Washington to wait on, so we'll see what happens there with the Buccaneers. Do we have the compensation yet for the trade between the Packers and the Bucs? We're still waiting for them to officially announce Keion White to the Patriots. So the Bucs trade up. Here is Rob Ninkovich. Or Sebastian Vollmer, actually, excuse me. Fucking Rob Ninkovich. I don't know where I got that one from.
The six-time Super Bowl champion, the New England Patriots, will play a game in Germany this year. So I wanted to give a special shout out to all the fans in Germany and everywhere else in the world. But without further ado, with the 46th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select
Keion White.
Defensive ends, Georgia Tech.
All right. So now Washington Commanders are on the clock at 47. And we are now 20 picks away from the Denver Broncos making their first selection, barring a trade up. And let me know in the poll up above, guys, do you think the Broncos are going to trade up from 67 or 68? Let me know what you guys think. Looks like we got 6 votes so far. 67% of you guys believe that the Broncos are going to stay pat and will not make a trade. Okay, so, all right, here we go, guys. I have the next 2 picks. So at 47, the Commanders are going with DB Jatavius Martin out of Illinois. And then 49, or 48, ouch, oh, ouch. The Buccaneers are going with Cody Mock out of NDSU. That sucks. So John Michael Schmitz continues to fall. Closer and closer to striking distance for the Denver Broncos, man. So Cody Mock top interior prospect in this class. Have to imagine that the Buccaneers are maybe going to plug him in at left guard. Oh, that hurts. I really like Cody Mock. I like Jartavius Martin to the Commanders as well. But, man, Cody Mock, that one hurts. Here's London Fletcher to announce that Commies pick. Man, Cody Mock, that's a little earlier than I expected him to go off the board, but that one definitely hurts. Alrighty, so now we are at the 49th pick. Who's on the clock now? It is the... Oh, we're actually at 48. That is going to be the Detroit Lions again. So we'll go ahead and bring in that audio here. The TV is wicked behind. We already have the Commanders there, and pick was announced. Patriots pick, I don't know if they haven't announced that on TV. It looks like the TV is like stupid behind right now. Okay, there we go. Because the Commanders have already been announced as Jartavius Martin. And then Cody Mock to the Buccaneers at 48. And then 49 is going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers. Okay, and so now we got the Steelers pick. They're going with Keanu Benton, interior defensive lineman. Okay. So Benton, senior out of Wisconsin, 6'3.5", 310 pounds. That feels like a Steelers pick, man. They needed some help on their interior. Obviously, Cam Hayward's getting up there in age. That just feels like a Steelers pick, man. Keanu Benton out of Wisconsin. So, catch you up, guys. Buccaneers take Cody Mock out of North Dakota State. And now the Steelers are going with Keanu Benton, interior defensive lineman out of Wisconsin at 49. Here's Goodell to announce the mock pick.
With the 48th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Cody Mauch, guard.
Okay, apparently Cody Mauch. Okay, I don't know if it's Cody Mauch or Cody Mock. I've been saying Cody Mock this whole time. North Dakota native going down south and out of Florida. The guy who's missing a couple of front teeth. He looks like an offensive lineman, man. He really does. 6'5", 302 pounds for Mock, an absolute mauler. Yep. I imagine that he's the left guard of the future for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Their long-term replacement for Ali Marpet, who retired last offseason. All right, so we are now at 50 overall, Green Bay Packers. In case you missed it, at 49, the Pittsburgh Steelers went Keanu Benton. So we're now waiting for the 50th pick and the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, Twitter's like 3 picks ahead right now of the TV, it feels like. All right, so after Green Bay at 50, it's going to be Miami at 51. And that's going to be the first pick for the Dolphins in this draft. So let's see. We got the trade terms here for the Cody mock trade yet. I am not seeing trade terms yet between the Buccaneers and the Packers. Oh, wait. Oh, so now they're doubling up on weapons for Jordan Love in Green Bay, guys. At pick 50, the Green Bay Packers are selecting wide receiver out of Michigan State, Jaden Reed. Okay. So Green Bay Packers absolutely refused to take a wide receiver in the first round, but they are the kings of taking wide receivers in the second round. Jaden Reed measures in at 5'10", 190 pounds, runs a 4.45 40, 33.5-inch vert. Definitely feels like he could fill that slot guy. According to Marcus Whitman, his ceiling is that of Tyler Lockett and his floor is that of Philip Dorsett. So either way, man, it feels like a guy like Jaden Reed could have a seriously good chance to carve himself a nice role as a slot receiver. So as of right now, the Packers have Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, and now Jalen Reed, along with Luke Musgrave as primary weapons for Jordan Love. I definitely like how the Packers are going out to try to put a solid surrounding cast around Jordan Love and make this transition to him as the starter as easy as possible. So hats off to the Packers for sure. They were able to get a really solid edge player yesterday in Lucas Van Ness, and now they add 2 weapons for Jordan Love to work with. So hats off to them, man. Packers are doing a good job in my opinion. All right, so now the Miami Dolphins are on the clock at pick 51. Once Twitter gets that, of course, you guys will get it. Thank you so much to everyone who has tuned in so far, guys. We still, I'd have to guess, have probably an hour before the Denver Broncos make a pick. TV is stupid behind. They are behind 2 full picks. We're already on Twitter on the Miami Dolphins at pick 51, and the TV is still on the Steelers at 49. So this draft is moving really quickly here in the second round for sure. Okay, here's Alan Faneca. Just announced the Keanu Benton to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then we are waiting here for the Jaden Reed announcement to the Green Bay Packers. And we are also waiting on the Dolphins pick. All right, guys, I am going to go ahead and throw this up as we get closer to the Broncos draft. Mile High Huddle. See if we can get some insight as to who the Broncos may want to pick.
We'll see what
We
happens.
got
Now we
Nick Kendall, Eric Trickle, and Thomas Hall there on screen. All 3 of those guys do fantastic work over at Mile High Huddle, Broncos local Sports Illustrated affiliate.
Maybe Duwan Jones, although Tua's not the tallest quarterback. Any thoughts here?
I think that and the sneaky position that they've done a lot of work on is they've done a lot of work on the tight ends. It has kind of,
Yeah, that's
unfluttered a
true.
little bit, but
Tight ends are really starting to
and I think
become
that's
few and
that's
far
been
between for the
really
Broncos
good
at this point.
Tua
Darnell
was,
Washington is still there, though.
he had last year, helping them run the ball a little bit better.
Okay,
Giving him a
so
decent
now here
offensive
comes
during work
the
on
announcement of the Packers pick.
offensive
Let's
line,
see
that's
if we
where
have
I
the
think
Dolphins
probably
pick
where they
yet.
Go the most. Again, keeping Tua clean, keeping him off the ground is going to be such a factor for them.
Okay, so the Dolphins are taking Cam
There's
Smith,
definitely a-
cornerback
there's
out of
plenty
South
offensive-
Carolina.
I don't think if they go off.
All right, there we go. I thought he was going to go off a lot earlier than he did.
Offensive tackle out of Maryland.
Well, I have a drink bet on
So Cam Smith finally goes off the board to the Miami Dolphins.
It's a
I thought that he would have gone ahead of Julius Brents personally. I was a little surprised that Brents got taken ahead of Cam Smith.
Cam Smith, interesting. Okay, well, Vic Fangio goes out there and gets a guy
Yep.
for Miami.
Vic Fangio wanted a corner. Vic Fangio got a corner.
Need Devon Witherspoon. But what do you think about this question here, Peter? Which round would have Greg Dulcich, Broncos tight end, taken 85th overall last season, I want to say? Where would he have been drafted in this year's class? This is a very good time.
That's a good question.
Thomas?
Yes, I mean.
Yeah, man, I think Cam Smith should have gone to the Colts at 44, but Miami able to stay pat, and they got him at 51. And now the Seattle Seahawks on the clock at pick 52, followed by the Chicago Bears and the Los Angeles Chargers.
Third rounder.
Yeah, I think probably it's a weaker draft class this year, so that just inevitably pushes him up. But it's also a worse, it's a better tight end class. So probably instead of mid-third, you're probably talking late third in that kind of situation. But Eric maybe has an announcement here with Seattle. Is this the John Michael Schmitz pick? What's going on?
Zach Charbonnet.
Zach Charbonnet to Seattle.
Kenneth Walker had some
That's kind of my
Oh.
doubling up on running back. Though.
Yeah, they are doubling up, man. Zach Charbonnet to Seattle. That is interesting.
And a few other people are starting to get.
So now they want a little bit more of a 1-2 punch there with Kenneth Walker. Obviously, they lost Rashad Penny this past offseason. So Zach Charbonnet, one of the top running backs on this board out of UCLA, is now a Seattle Seahawk. Holy crap. And first on that one, Eric Trickle. Good for him, man. Here's Ari Mirov now to get on it as well. Yeah, this does feel like a classic Pete Carroll pick, man. The dude wants to run the ball. Here's Teron Armstead, Dolphins left tackle, announcing the Cam Smith pick. Wow, so the Seahawks go double running backs with Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. Holy crap. That offense has the potential to be explosive, especially if Geno Smith can continue his strides, man. Holy crap.
Few picks earlier. Darnell Washington is one of them.
All right, guys, I'm going to step off screen for literally 30 seconds. I will be right back.
Blocking ability with all the reports and comments that they want to go more 12 personnel this next season. I think Darnell Washington, that's probably the guy we're getting to where I'd probably be more willing to trade up a little bit higher for him than John Michael Schmitz. But John Michael Schmitz is still falling. His age is a concern there. He's 25 years old, a little bit older, but he plays a position that lasts for a little bit longer than, those skill positions.
Yeah, without a doubt, it'll be really interesting here. Chicago's coming up here pretty soon. Will they go back to the offensive line? Will they add another weapon? It's got to be probably a offensive-oriented pick here, but
sorry about that.
Eric, real quick. First saying hi to Mike S. What are your top big board? What's going on? I just want to keep going. Live graphic going every time the picks, maybe you delete it and you kind of have a real one going. What's going on with the big board?
Well, Osiris Torrance, Drew Sanders, Trenton Simpson, John Michael Schmitz, those are guys that we've talked about a lot. Devon Jones, he was the guy that his size got such a huge boost from fans and media, but guys his size.
So now we're at pick 53 with the Chicago Bears, followed by the Chargers at pick 54. Here's KJ Wright, Seahawks legendary linebacker, to announce Zach Charbonnet. There we go.
I think you got to find somebody who can be a starter, and that isn't Dexter.
That's a really big surprise there for the Seahawks, man. I did not anticipate them going with a running back, but to this point, their class is winning, dude. They got Zach Charbonnet, they got Devin Witherspoon, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. And who else did they get in it? They also got Derek Hall, that's right, out of Auburn. So, man, Seattle is just winning right now, dude. We're waiting here for Chicago to make their pick.
And just breaking tackles a little bit better, where Charbonnet's a little bit stiffer, but a big back, and he's fine out of the backfield. Was played as
Okay, they're going Jervon Dexter out of Florida, interior defensive lineman. So, trying to beef up that interior a little bit there.
maybe it'll be better for you guys this upcoming season, but not the most physical.
I like it.
Zach Charbonnet carried the
So Jervon Dexter to the Bears at 53 overall.
This is a emphasis in running the football. Curious to see the running backs come off the board. But Eric, you mentioned Zach Charbonnet as somebody who had a little bit of hype as a potential late first rounder. So see him come off the board here.
A couple of guys were ranked higher than him. Adebaware, I always struggle to say that name, as well as Siake Ika, but clearly the Bears wanted a bigger body there, so they get that in Jervon Dexter.
Jervon Dexter just got drafted by the Chicago Bears. And before we let you go, Thomas, just got to ask you, with how things have gone following since you've been with us, what are some names left?
So now Chargers are up at pick 54, followed by the Detroit Lions at pick 55.
Yeah, I'm still looking for that interior guy who can be a center, right? If Schmitz falls or whatever.
Absolutely.
You know,
If John Michael Schmitz falls within striking distance, we are now 14 picks away from the Broncos making their first selection, guys. We are getting closer and closer.
or you got to wait to kind of the fourth round to pick one up. You don't want to reach for like a Whippler or whatever. So I've always I've been saying for a while that center is their biggest need. So I'm hoping
Absolutely.
they'll grab one. If not, you know, just I think a good complementary running back might be in order, or you know, try and fill out that safety room. Those are kind of where I'm sitting, right? Like those.
I'm pretty much right there with Thomas on that for the Broncos.
When they're there.
Running back, safety, and most importantly, center.
Fill in that depth. And I think the Broncos,
If John Michael Schmitz continues to fall like this, man, if he gets to around pick 57, pay attention for the Denver Broncos to maybe trade up for him.
another edge guy, but I'm not
So now we're just waiting on the Chargers here at pick 54.
edge rusher. You don't really get those very often later. So hopefully, like Christopher Allen can get healthy and become a better
Pick
player.
53 again. The Bears went Jervon Dexter out of Florida.
But I don't know if you're going to get to replace him. So still fingers crossed that the interior offensive linemen fall and the Broncos can pick up a good center that can last for the next 10 years.
Hopefully it's John Michael Schmitz, man.
Edge rusher, round 1, 2024. It's going to happen. Let's do it. Let's combine our powers. We can make this happen.
Again, guys, reminder, the Denver Broncos have back-to-back picks. Pick 67 and pick 68 in the third round. We're currently at pick 54, the Chargers, so we're getting there, guys.
That's Browning is a good player, but he also had some health issues, so they need to get an impact edge rusher and then keep getting rid of
The
him.
Chargers pick in yet?
Great, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, thanks for letting me. Chop
Not
it up
yet.
there, and, appreciate it, and good luck with the rest of the night, guys.
Yeah, and if you wanna jump back in later, just feel free to send us a message and we'll try to get you back in here. Thank you for the
Yeah,
insight.
sounds
And I mean, just real quick, I'm with you on the edge rusher. I've been saying that for months about the edge rusher room and how banged up it is.
Cool.
That's another sneaky spot for the Denver Broncos for sure is edge rusher. All right, we'll dip out of here. All right, guys. We're still waiting here on the Chargers. In the second round, teams have 7 minutes to make their picks. Once we get to the third round, that's going to drop down to 5 minutes. They are really dragging this out on TV for quite a while, man. We've had the Bears pick for at least 5 minutes now, and they still have not announced it. Here we go. Devin Hester. Oh, shit. announced it. My battery fell out of my remote. So, Jervon Dexter to the Bears. And the Chargers are taking their sweet time with this one, man. Maybe they're fielding trade calls. And then following the Chargers at 54 is the Detroit Lions at 55. Oh, Chiefs are trading up. They're trading up with the Detroit Lions. Lions are getting picks 63, 122, and 249 for 55 and 194. So Chiefs are going to be right after the Chargers. See who the Chargers go with here. But Kansas City is trading up with the Detroit Lions. And the Chargers are taking Tuli Tuipulotu, pass rusher out of USC. That was another potential target for the Denver Broncos that I remember popped up in a couple of mock drafts that we did this past offseason. So Tuipulotu now goes to a division rival in the Chargers. That kind of sucks. But he does add some help there. Obviously, they've got Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa, who both have had some injuries concerns over the past couple of years, so gives the Chargers some really much-needed depth there. But now the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock at pick 55. They traded up to get this pick, so let's see who Kansas City is going to go with at 55, and then after that is the Jaguars at 56. So now we're starting to get to the point for the Denver Broncos where they may want to start thinking about trading up. John Michael Schmitz is still sitting there, guys. If they don't feel like he's going to fall at 66 or to 67, they should really think about trading up. So here's the announcement for the Chargers pick.
I just want to take a brief moment to thank all of you fans.
It's Nick Hardwig, longtime center for the Chargers, snapping the ball to Phillip Rivers.
We are so blessed. With the 54th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Tuli Tuipulotu, linebacker, USC.
Okay. So, Chargers get some pass rushing help there with Tuipulotu. And now the Kansas City Chiefs. Let's see if we have their pick yet. Oh, God. Of course they get him. Chiefs are getting Rashee Rice, wide receiver out of SMU. More speed for that unit. Of course the Chiefs get Rashee Rice. I'm not sure. Is it Rashee or Rashi? I can't remember. But, oh, dude. Oh, God. Of course they did. Of course they freaking did, man. Dude gives them another weapon for Patrick Mahomes. That sucks. That really sucks. Who's this?
I just saw it. Is it
Oh, this was Stetson Bennett. This was yeah, this guy, he had gotten a DUI in Texas, or public intoxication, actually. Yeah, that was quite the ordeal. So yeah, the Bills are going Rashee Rice, man, out of SMU. He had 96 catches for 1,350 yards and 10 touchdowns last year. Another threat on the outside for Patrick Mahomes. That sucks. That just sucks. So they trade up to get him with the Detroit Lions. Now the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock at pick 56, followed by the New York Giants at pick 57. Bummer. Another weapon that the Broncos have to deal with for the Chiefs. That sucks. And the Bears are trading up. So the Bears are trading up with Jacksonville. Let's see if we have the terms of it, but the Bears are trading up with Jacksonville. Here we go. See what the Bears are giving up. They are moving up to the 56th overall pick with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So now it is the Bears who are on the clock. The Jags get 61 and 135 for 56 from the Bears. So the Bears trade up. Who are they getting? They're jumping the Giants here. Looks like we now have 7 votes in our poll. 71% of you guys that believe that the Denver Broncos are going to stay pat at pick 67 and 68 and that they will not trade up. All right, so I'm still waiting on the Bears pick. The Chiefs get Rashee Rice out of SMU, wide receiver. And who are the Bears coming up for? Rice was a guy that I know the Denver Broncos were high on. They had brought him in for a top 30 visit, and I believe they talked to him heavily at the Combine. So I know that's one that Sean Payton and George Payton, about 5 minutes away from where I am at Dove Valley, are not happy right now. Yep, Mike Klisch just confirmed the Broncos' heavy interest in Rashee Rice, so that one definitely stings for the team, for sure. Having a division rival and the freaking Chiefs get him. All right, do we have the Bears pick? Is this the Bears pick? It's Tyreek Stevenson. Okay. So the Bears trade up to get Tyreek Stevenson. Whew. So, Stevenson, 6 foot, 200. Oh crap, lost it. Sorry. So Stevenson, the 5th ranked corner in this class, 6 foot, 200 pounds on the dot, runs a 4.45 40. Comparison, Cheeto Awuzie out of Colorado. Okay. So has solid press man coverage skills, so I could definitely see that making sense for the Chicago Bears. So the New York Giants now on the clock at pick 57. And again, guys, we're now starting to enter that range where the Denver Broncos may want to think about trading up. Especially if somebody like John Michael Schmitz continues to slip down that draft board. So Tyreek Stevenson to the Bears at 56 overall, and now the New York Giants are on the clock at 57. TV is still like 2 picks behind. It's ridiculous. They just announced the Rashee Rice pick. So following the Giants at 57, excuse me, following the Giants at 57 is the Dallas Cowboys at 58 and the Buffalo Bills at 59. So maybe the Bills are a potential threat right now for John Michael Schmitz. But he continues to fall, and he could still be within striking distance for the Broncos at 67, which is the fourth pick, in the third round. No! The Giants are taking John Michael Schmitz. Giants are taking John Michael Schmitz at 57. No, he's gone. Damn it. The New York Giants take John Michael Schmitz out of Minnesota at pick 57. 10 picks ahead of the Denver Broncos. Oh no. Schmitz is gone. Oh, that was the best center prospect on the damn board, and the freaking New York Giants stole him. No. So now the Broncos are looking at Osiris Torrance as their best bet, and maybe Chandler Zavala out of NC State, but he's got some injuries concerns. That sucks, dude. The Giants suck. Oh, man. John Michael Schmitz to the Giants. That's such a good pick for them. Damn it. Per Benjamin Albright, the Giants are taking John Michael Schmitz. That really sucks. Bummer, guys. That really sucks, man. John Michael Schmitz is the top center in this class. Giants get him at pick 57, 10 spots ahead of the Denver Broncos. So now it's the Dallas Cowboys on the clock, followed by the Buffalo Bills. And at this point in time, the Broncos' best bet is maybe Osiris Torrance or Chandler Zavala. That hurts. That one really hurts for Denver. Here's Lawrence Tynes coming in to officially break my heart.
2023 NFL Draft. Our New York Football Giants select John Michael Schmitz, Minnesota.
That one is a knife straight in the heart, man. I wanted him so bad. Oh, God. I wanted him so bad, dude. He really did feel like a second coming of Jason Kelce. Oh, my God. The way he used his leverage in his game to win at the line of scrimmage, despite his lack of size, oh, that hurts. It hurts so much. JMS, man, is gone. That one sucks. So that really shakes things up for the Denver Broncos at pick 67. And the Cowboys are going Luke Schoonmaker, tight end out of Michigan. So they obviously now get their replacement for Dalton Schultz. They tried to come up to get Dalton Kincaid, and Darnell Washington out of Georgia continues to sit there at the tight end position. That's a possibility for the Broncos. They really are looking for a second tight end to pair with Greg Dulcich. They'll be running a lot more two tight end sets. So Luke Schoonmaker definitely makes sense for the Cowboys, and Darnell Washington, if he falls that far, can make sense for Denver. Here's Drew Pearson to announce the Luke Schoonmaker pick. Man, I'm still upset about John Michael Schmitz, dude. That one sucks.
But I'm here to represent the five-time world champion Dallas Cowboys and its Hall of Fame owner, Jerry Jones, Gene Jones and the Jones family, head coach Mike McCarthy, and Cowboy Nation. With the 58th pick
All right, guys.
the five-time world champion
The Broncos pick
select
in 7 picks.
Maker, tight end from Michigan.
Oh, God. Yeah, Broncos media is consensusly upset that we did not get John Michael Schmitz. All right, so the Dallas Cowboys get their Dalton Schultz replacement at tight end and Luke Schoonmaker. And now the Buffalo Bills are on the clock at 59, followed by the Cincinnati Bengals at 60. You're getting closer and closer, guys. I'm still salty, man. I am so salty. I am desperately hoping that at this point that Osiris Torrance falls to the Broncos, because there's no way they can justifiably trot out Lloyd Cushenberry as their starting center. I don't know what's going on with Ben Jones, the former Titans center. I don't know if he's retiring or what's going on with him. But if we can't get a center here, dude, we may need to think about giving Ben Jones a call. God damn it! Oh, the Bills take Osiris Torrance. Oh, damn it. That sucks, dude. Well, the Broncos, that's the top remaining interior offensive lineman, dude. And so now I don't see the Broncos going interior offensive line in the 3rd round. That sucks so bad. So Osiris Torrance out of Florida, 6'5" senior. Although he's a guard by trade, he could have played center for us. Now, Jesus Christ, Chandler Zavala is the only guy that's really a possibility, and I don't know how he would be at center. That sucks, dude. All the top interior guys were gone before the Broncos had a chance to get him. Oh, God, that sucks. So Osiris Torrance goes to the Bills at 59th overall. More protection for Josh Allen. Oh, God. I really like that pick for the Bills, dude. I hate that the Broncos didn't get him. So John Michael Schmitz and Osiris Torrance are both gone just before the Broncos were able to get it in distance. Oh, God. They could have probably traded up if they wanted to, but... Oh, Lord. That sucks. That really sucks. So, now Darnell Washington, maybe, but according to Albert Breer, he's got some medical concerns, so... that could be why he is slipping so far down the board. Now we're at pick 60. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. So now, what do the Denver Broncos do at pick 67 and pick 68? Running back, I still feel like is strong an option. You got Devon Achane out of Texas A&M. You also got Israel Abanikata out of Pitt. Those are some guys I would definitely keep an eye on. Sean Tucker as well out of Syracuse at the running back position. I know the Broncos have done some work on tight end, so maybe Zach Kuntz out of Old Dominion or Tucker Kraft maybe out of South Dakota State. I don't know if they'd want to go tackle this early. I don't think that would make a whole lot of sense, really. Edge rusher, I mean, there's Nick Herbig still on the board. Yaya Diaby is still on the board. So there's a couple of options there at edge for the Broncos. Corner, Keely Ringo. That's a possibility as well. Keely Ringo still there. Safety, I did a video today talking about Kareem Jackson. The Broncos have offered a contract out to him, but I don't know, maybe Chris Smith, the safety out of Georgia. Man, losing out on those interior prospects really hurt. However, then there's also the possibility the Broncos could go Hendon Hooker. He's still sitting there. Next two picks are not going to be. So here's the Buffalo Bills going with Osiris Torrance, Fred Jackson out here to announce the pick. Giants and Bills just both broke my heart, man.
With the 59th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Osiris Torrance, guard out of Florida. Consensus All-American, the first.
All right, so we got another corner off the board. Cincinnati's going DJ Turner out of Michigan, 60 overall. So now that's another corner for the Broncos off the board. At this point, probably the best guy who's still available corner-wise is Keely Ringo. Turner was a little bit smaller, so perhaps he's going to be more of a nickel role there in Cincinnati, but he's still a really good player. I really do like DJ Turner quite a bit. So yeah, at corner at this point, I'd keep an eye on Keely Ringo, maybe Darius Rush out of South Carolina. Another guy who's had some injury concerns, but I feel like is a really good player, is Garrett Williams, out of Syracuse. He's a smaller guy as well, but could be a developmental piece at nickel behind K'Wan Williams. At this point, there really is not a whole lot of meat on the bone in terms of impact players, though, that can immediately start for positions of need in Denver. So Denver's got to really think about maybe trading up if these guys continue to go away. Now here's AJ Green to announce the Bengals pick.
Cincinnati Bengals selects DJ Turner, corner, Michigan.
Nice. Oh, and we got another tight end off the board, and it is not Darnell Washington. Jags are going with Britton Strange out of Penn State. So they've got their tight end 2 now to go behind Evan Ingram, potentially develop him as their guy of the future. So now we've got Darnell Washington continue to fall down the board because of medicals. He may be there for the Broncos at 67 and 68. Yeah, but losing out on John Michael Schmitz and Osiris Torrance, that really shook things up for Denver, in my opinion. I think they were really hoping that one of those guys was still going to be there. According to Benjamin Albright, the medical concerns for Darnell Washington is his foot. So that is definitely interesting. So the Jags have 4 minutes and 4. Oh, no, pick for the Jags is in. Oh, that's right. It was Brenton Strange. That's right. Duh. And then now we got the Philadelphia Eagles at pick 62. And to close out the third round, or the second round, we have the Detroit Lions at pick 63. And then I believe there's going to be a very brief intermission between the second and the third rounds. And then pick 64 will get underway to kick off the third round after that. And if I'm not mistaken, also, it's going to be 5 minutes between picks starting the third round on. Looks like we got 8 votes in our poll so far. 62% of you guys believe the Denver Broncos are going to stay pat at 67 and 68. We're in the 60s, guys. We've got 6 more picks until the Broncos pick, guys. We're getting closer and closer and closer. The Philadelphia Eagles are currently on the clock at 62, followed by the Detroit Lions at 63. Yeah, man. Clearly, Darnell Washington, the injury concerns are quite apparent with him with his foot, because there are worse tight end prospects, in my opinion, that are falling off the board before he is. Oh, the Houston Texans are trading up. Are they trading up with the Eagles? Who are the Texans trading up with? They are coming up. Dov Kleiman just tweeted the Texans are on they're coming up to 62, so they are trading with the Eagles. The Eagles have traded pick 62 to the Houston Texans. Let's see what the compensation is. So, who is Houston coming up for? All right, guys, we're getting closer and closer to the Broncos making their pick. And the Texans are taking center Juice Scruggs. So they trade up and they get another interior offensive lineman off the board in Juice Scruggs. He's ranked pretty low down on Marcus Whitman's big board. Apparently it's due to a lack of play strength. Honestly, he's a guy I didn't really do a whole lot of research on. So, according to this at least, it seems like the Texans reached on Juice Scruggs, but given the massive run on centers, it's kind of not surprising, honestly. So, Penn State center Juice Scruggs is now a Houston Texan, and that is yet another center off the board for the Denver Broncos. So, we're now at pick 63, guys. 4 more picks. All right, so they're getting ready to officially announce the Jags.
So I can tell you the finish round 2 will go Jacksonville, then Houston, and then Detroit, beginning with the Jaguars, and here's Fred Taylor. Hey. Kingdom Nation, y'all look good out there. Hey, I can't
Fred
leave
Taylor.
without giving one big Duval. All right, with the 61st pick.
Brenton Strange.
NFL draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Brenton Strange, tight end, Penn State.
Denver traded up. Denver traded up to pick 63. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Gotta start recording. So we got big news, guys. The Denver Broncos have traded up to the 63rd overall pick. Just saw it on ESPN. They are trading up with the Detroit Lions, and the Denver Broncos are now officially on the clock for the first time in the 2023 NFL Draft. Okay, guys, here we go. So it's time to start thinking about positions that the Broncos may want to go with here. Once I have the pick on Twitter, I will announce it to you guys. So the Denver Broncos are now officially on the clock at pick 63. I am waiting to see what they gave up to the Detroit Lions to get this pick. So they have sent 63 and 183, or they have received 63 and 183 from Detroit for 68 and 138. So pick swap for the Broncos to move up. Okay, guys, here we go. Let's see if we can get this pick here. Cornerback, this could be Keely Ringo out of Georgia. Given the recent run on interior offensive linemen, maybe Chandler Zavala. 63 and 183 from Detroit for 68 and 138. So pick swap for the Broncos to move up. Okay, guys, here we go. Let's see if we can get this pick here. Cornerback, this could be Keely Ringo out of Georgia. Given the recent run on interior offensive linemen, maybe Chandler Zavala. Right now, they're officially announcing the Houston Texans pick. Once we get the pick, guys, I will officially announce my reaction. We've got my video recording now for Denver Broncos Syndicate, and I'm just currently basically waiting and waiting. So the Denver Broncos have moved into the second round at pick 63. All right, guys, I'm still waiting for this pick. They exchanged day 3 picks to get this done. Is there a defensive lineman they like, perhaps? Could it be running back? Oh, this is really interesting, guys. I am still waiting for this Denver pick to get announced. But George Paton has not been afraid to move up in his previous Broncos career as GM. Obviously came up in the second round in 2021 for Javonte Williams. They moved up last year in the 5th round. All right. Could this be maybe Devon Achane or Israel Abanikata, a couple of running backs that can make sense for this team? Could this be edge? I'm still waiting on the notification on Twitter, guys. If it's edge, maybe it's Nick Herbig out of Wisconsin. That's a possibility. So the Broncos pick is in according to TV. I have not gotten it yet. But according to TV, the Broncos pick is in. Mike Kliss just made a tweet, guys. I have it. Oh, wow, I have it, guys. And it is not who I expected. Live stream, I'm going to give you guys a 5-second warning before I announce the pick. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After trading up with the Detroit Lions, the Denver Broncos have selected Oklahoma wide receiver Marvin Mims in the second round, last pick of the second round, 63rd overall pick. Wow. So could this mean that the Denver Broncos are going to move on from Cortland Sutton or Jerry Jeudy? We have an embarrassment of riches at the wide receiver position. So Marvin Mims, clearly looking to be a slot guy, 5'11", 183 pounds, runs a 4.38 40. So let's read the description from Marcus Whitman on Marvin Mims. Mims is a pretty safe receiver as he projects to the NFL, but it's unclear if he has the standout traits to be much more than a nice third receiver in the NFL. He's solid in many departments, with secure hands, solid routes, and a natural ability to track the deep ball, but he lacks the elite speed that you would like to see from a more slender player. He has a safe projection as an impact wide receiver 4, and could have a ceiling as a starter who could operate from the perimeter or from the slot, though he doesn't necessarily have the skill set of a full-time slot guy. So what this tells me is the Broncos do not have confidence in KJ Hamler, and that they really wanted a guy who could fill that speedy slot receiver role. And although Marvin Mims is not as speedy as KJ Hamler is, this is definitely a really solid pick for the Denver Broncos, man. A little early. I definitely was caught off guard by it for sure, but we got Sean Payton and George Payton dapping it up right now with Kerry Walton Penner and Greg Penner. They are happy about this, and the Denver Broncos still have a pick at 68th overall. So my gut reaction on this pick, I see why they did it. It probably would not have been the move that I would have made. I would have maybe gone running back here. I would have maybe gone tight end here with Darnell Washington. The interior offensive line market had really been pillaged over recently. They had John Michael Schmitz, who went off the board to the Giants, Joe Tippmann, who had gone off the board, Osiris Torrance, who went off the board to the Bills before that. So that was a position of need for the Broncos that they really were not going to be able to get. But they do get Marvin Mims, wide receiver out of Oklahoma. And again, man, I definitely see why they did it, and I understand it. So those are my thoughts on the pick, Broncos country, and we'll be back for pick 68, assuming the Broncos don't make yet another trade. This has been another episode of Denver Broncos Syndicate. I am your host, Gage Madrid, saying peace out.
Is it on break?
No. Yeah, they're on break, I think, yeah. But what are you going to do?
I was gonna blow up your mattress.
No, we wait on that. Sorry about that, guys. I had to go into video recording mode really quickly here. I am going to run this through my video editing software really quickly, and then we'll be ready to go. So, Marvin Mims to the Denver Broncos. I did not expect them to go wide receiver this early. I don't know what this means for the future of KJ Hamler. I don't know what this means for the future of Cortland Sutton, but Sean Payton's first draft pick as a Denver Bronco is wide receiver Marvin Mims. Wow, I'm still reeling. I'm kind of in shock from this. Let me get this video going really quickly here. We do not want to waste any time getting my reaction video out. So bear with me, live stream. Really would appreciate it. All right, I'm just finishing this up really quickly. It should not take me very long, guys. All right, I'm going to export this right now. And then I just got to get the thumbnail going here. Thank you guys for bearing with me here again. Just got to make sure I get this video out before Chat Sports does. They are my main #1 competition here. Okay, so the Bears go with Zach Pickens to start the third round. Defensive tackle out of South Carolina, 64th overall. Just trying to get this video done here because then Denver's going to have a pick pretty soon after this at pick 67. So I just want to make sure I get this video up and ready to go here before the Denver Broncos make their next pick. Oh, geez, why is that taking so long to freaking export? You know what? Nope. I don't even have time to export. I don't even have time for that. I'm just going to have to upload the raw version of this. Yep, I don't have time for that. All right, guys, I'm getting this video finished right now. Pick 65, Philadelphia Eagles pick is in, followed by 66 and 67. Denver's still 67, so they moved 68, not 67. Okay. All right, there's Marvin Mims.
I want to walk over to the Penguin.
Okay.
Hamburger.
Okay.
You're using that for water.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Got our thumbnail for Marvin Mims. The Eagles pick is in. I will get that in just a minute, guys, once I finish this video off. Next, monetization on. Thank you for bearing with me, guys. I really appreciate it. So they're coming out to announce the Eagles pick right now. Add suitability, yes. Okay. Make sure everything is all processed with it, and I can launch this video, guys. And I think I might have actually beaten Chat Sports. We'll find out. All right, guys, video is live. Marvin Mims' reaction video is live. Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock with back-to-back picks. And then it's the Denver Broncos again. So the Eagles take Sidney Brown, safety out of Illinois. And so was that the 67th pick that they took that? Sorry, guys. I need to get it back on Twitter here and get caught up. Because, nope, they took that. All right, the Denver Broncos are back on the clock, guys. The Denver Broncos are back on the clock just as I get. Let me start recording again here. We got to start recording again. Here, I'm going to stop it, actually. All right, guys. 67th pick. Denver Broncos are back on the clock after selecting Marvin Mims at 63 overall, trading up with the Detroit Lions, giving them the 68th pick as well as a day 3 pick swap. So let's see what direction the Broncos want to go here. The Philadelphia Eagles took Tyler Steen, guard out of Alabama, and they also took Sidney Brown, DB safety out of Illinois. So now we are here at pick 67, and the Denver Broncos are back on the clock. There's still some players at the running back position who could make sense here for the Denver Broncos. I already talked about it in my last video, but Devon Achane and Israel Abanikata, those are two guys that absolutely could make sense for the Denver Broncos here at pick 67. If they want to go tight end, Darnell Washington is still available. However, it seems like some injury concerns are causing him to really fall out of favor. All right, guys, the pick is in. I'm waiting for the notification on Twitter. Got it. All right, guys, the Broncos are selecting linebacker Drew Sanders. Okay, second best rated linebacker on the board from Arkansas. So for all those who finally wanted the Denver Broncos to address the linebacker position, they are doing that. Waiting for the official announcement on TV, but the Denver Broncos are going with Drew Sanders, linebacker out of Arkansas. And it looks like they're coming out right now to announce the pick on TV. There's DeMarcus Ware.
26, with the 67th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Drew Sanders, linebacker, Arkansas.
Drew Sanders is a Denver Bronco, guys. So he measures in at 6'4", 235 pounds. Runs a 4.66 40, 37-inch vertical jump. His NFL comp is Devondre Campbell. So love that. Love that. Campbell, all-pro linebacker. Let's read the long description here from Marcus Whitman on Drew Sanders. Sanders is a moldable ball of clay with outstanding movement skills at his length, and tons of flashes make plays as a true Mike linebacker in all three phases: run defense, coverage, and pass rush. He is just a one-year starter after transferring out of Alabama as a 5-star recruit, where they seemingly wanted to make him an edge rusher, but he understands the linebacker position better than many 5-year starters in college do, giving him enticing upside. He is at his best playing in coverage, where he has a surprisingly good feel for carrying receivers and playing with the quarterback's eyes to take away the middle of the field. He has remarkable acceleration, change of direction, and depth in his back pedal for a player of his height, and should only improve in coverage considering he has just over 40 career coverage snaps. Against the run, he is still very much in development and would benefit from putting a good 5 to 10 pounds of muscle to better take on blocks so he doesn't have to make many tackles escaping his grips. He's also a sensational blitzer with a rare combination of length, bend, and instincts to work around blocking backs or unsuspecting linemen. He was trained as an edge at Alabama, and he clearly has some rush moves in his back pocket and can even walk up and play on-ball linebacker in certain formations, aka like as a true like gap clogging linebacker. He needs to continue learning the position, but time is on his side, and with the right development plan and work ethic, Sanders can become a special linebacker in a few years. So, the Denver Broncos re-signed Alex Singleton this offseason in free agency, and Josie Jewell is still in the building. So, for me, Drew Sanders is really going to come in as more of like a third linebacker when the Broncos are in base, but their base is obviously a 3-4, so, yeah, really is a third linebacker when they're in like their base with a 4-down front with heavy defensive linemen. But aside from that, this feels really like more of a pick for the future for the Denver Broncos, but I like it. I feel like they're investing the necessary resources on defense to finally improve the linebacker position, which has been a bit of an issue for us recently. With Alex Singleton and Josie Jewell likely to hold down that spot this season, this again feels like more of a pick for the future. But the fact that they were able to trade up and get Marvin Mims and then get Drew and then get Drew Sanders Drew Sanders with that next pick, I really feel like that's a solid start to the third round for the Denver Broncos. And at this point, I don't foresee them making any more picks tonight, but they could surprise us and potentially trade up and make yet another pick here in the third round. All right, Broncos country. So there's my reaction to the Drew Sanders pick. I feel like it's a solid pick, and overall, I would give it a B+ at this point in time. And until next time, guys, this has been another episode of Denver Broncos Syndicate. I am your host, Gage Madrid, saying peace out. All right, guys, so we got to go back into video mode here. Just got to upload this video real quick and do the thumbnail. It should not take long. All right, so we got that video is good to go. And now we just got to finish off this Drew Sanders video here. Alrighty. You know what? I'm just going to upload it like this, and then I will fix it later in the YouTube editor. It is not a big deal. Alrighty. Oh my god, the Lions go Hendon Hooker. Holy crap, dude. They finally addressed their backup quarterback spot. They trade down with the Broncos and get Hendon Hooker. Oh, man. So let me know in the chat, Broncos country, who would you rather have? Hendon Hooker or Drew Sanders? Wow. So the Lions get their backup quarterback and potential successor to Jared Goff in the third round. How about that? So if this works out, man, for the Lions, that they could have potentially stolen Hendon Hooker away from the Denver Broncos. Oh my God. Oh wow. That is nuts. That is nuts. Alrighty. All right, so I'm finishing up this Drew Sanders thumbnail right now. We got Jess in the house, one of our great fans and mods here on Denver Broncos Syndicate. Welcome in, Jess. I apologize if I am ignoring the chat right now. I'm trying to beat chat sports and getting this video up. So just give me one moment here and I will get the video up here on Drew Sanders. Hope you are doing well, Jess. Thank you for joining us here on this Broncos stream. Broncos just made 2 picks, selecting Marvin Mims out of Oklahoma and Drew Sanders, linebacker out of Arkansas. Sorry, guys. I need to get that image. Again, my apologies for ignoring the chat while I finish this. So Broncos get speedy wide receiver on the outside, or actually more so in the slot, and they get their linebacker of the future here in the 3rd round. So they add a couple of players that are hoping will make a pretty immediate impact. Mims more so than Sanders. All right. Let's get this thumbnail going here. Monetization on. Yes, it is suitable for ads. Put my end screen. Raiders pick is in at pick number 70. All right. Got that pick up, or got that video up. Absolutely, Jess. I was caught off guard by the Broncos taking a wide receiver with their first pick for sure. I like Marvin Mims for sure. I feel like he's going to be the long-term replacement for KJ Hamler. And as far as Drew Sanders is concerned, he probably isn't going to play right away. Let's see who the Raiders are going to take here. Because of Julian Singleton, he's probably not going to play right away, but
With the 70th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Byron Young, defensive tackle.
okay. All right. That makes sense for the Raiders. Byron Young. Okay. So, as far as the Denver Broncos are concerned, I need to check and make sure when our next pick is after the trade with the Lions. Thank you, Jets. Really appreciate it. Yep. Got to get those videos out, man. Can't let chat sports beat us. Okay, so post trade, we are sitting now with picks 108, 139, and 195, I believe. Let me make sure on that. Again, guys, my apologies for the informality of this. I'm still kind of trying to get myself organized here. Sorry, guys. I'm still trying to find out what exactly we traded for Marvin Mims. I know it was a day 3 pick swap. So Kendre Miller, running back out of TCU, goes to the Saints. So there's still a couple of really solid running backs that are on the board for the Denver Broncos. Devon Achane, Israel Bonacata, who could fill that really explosive role. Okay, so it was 68 and 138 to Detroit for 63 and 183. So the next pick for the Broncos, assuming they do not trade up, is going to be tomorrow in the 4th round at pick 108. So now we are at pick 72. The Arizona Cardinals have just turned in their card. Let's see if we can get a pick for that here on Twitter. So far, man, one team that's really won the draft is the Detroit Lions. They got Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell in the 1st round. They got Sam Laporta, the Iowa tight end. Then they got Brian Branch, their safety of the future, hopefully to replace Tracy Walker. And then they got Hendon Hooker, their potential franchise quarterback of the future. So, what do you guys feel about the Denver Broncos draft picks so far, guys? Getting Marvin Mims as well as Drew Sanders. Again, those are 2 picks that I really feel like are going to be more future picks for us, especially the Drew Sanders pick. But given the KJ Hamler injury, I feel like Marvin Mims is a solid option for us. I got you, Jess. It's interesting because I feel like there were better options there. The tight end, Darnell Washington, the 2 running backs that I just mentioned, Israel Bonacata and Devon Achane. Maybe one of those guys could fall to Denver in the 4th round. But interior offensive line, especially center, was a real position of need for us. And the 2 top guys fell off the board about 10 picks before Denver was going to go. Osiris Torrance fell off, and John Michael Schmitz out of Minnesota. So their chances at getting a center kind of went kaput after that. So Marvin Mims, considering what they had to work with, was one of their better options available. You could have made an argument for another position for sure, but Marvin Mims, given what Sean Payton is going to want to do with him, was probably the right pick. So, and one thing that's cool about Drew Sanders is not only can he play linebacker, off-ball linebacker, he can also play edge. So there's some versatility there, but I feel like he's more of a natural fit as an off-ball linebacker, so that's where the Broncos are going to play him. New York Giants have traded up to pick number 73, and after that it's going to be Cleveland Browns pick 74. So yeah, with Marvin Mims, I definitely understood why they did it. So Jess, I mean, at this point, they probably are going to just roll with Cush. In terms of players for center who are still available, there's Luke Weipler out of Ohio State. He could maybe fall to us in the 4th round. Also, there is Chandler Zavala, who's more of a guard out of NC State, and he has some injury concerns, but he can also play center. And then there's Ricky Stromberg out of Arkansas. He's probably like a 5th round target for us to at least push Cushenberry. But as of right now, we have Cush, and we also have Kyle Fuller, the former Seahawks center who got to work with Russ before in Seattle. So right now, that's kind of where we stand at center. I really was hoping we could get John Michael Schmitz, but unfortunately, he just didn't pan out for us at the time that we were picking. All right, so 72, the Arizona Cardinals pick is in, followed by the New York Giants, who have traded up. Let's see if I can get the Cardinals pick here. Cardinals are taking Garrett Williams, corner out of Syracuse. That's a guy that I feel like Denver was probably targeting as well, but he's got some injury concerns, so I can see why they wanted to go with Drew Sanders or Marvin Mims over him. But he was probably one of the top corners that was still left on the board. And then the Giants traded up with the Rams. The Giants get pick 73. The Rams get pick 89 and 128. And the Giants are going to be going with wide receiver Jalen Hyatt. Okay. So Hyatt was the guy that we didn't necessarily envision lasting this long, but he could potentially be the successor to Darius Slayton moving forward. He's a true deep speed threat. He's a burner. I can totally understand why the Giants wanted to trade up to get him. They really could use some more weapons for Daniel Jones, and Jalen Hyatt could be a really big impact player for them. So now we are at pick number 74, the Cleveland Browns. They're coming out to officially announce the Giants pick.
Have traded the 73rd pick to the New York Football Giants. With the 73rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jalen Hyatt,
There we go.
receiver, Tennessee.
All right, so Jalen Hyatt out of Tennessee. And now Cleveland Browns are on the clock, followed by the Atlanta Falcons at pick 75. So yeah, guys, even though the Denver Broncos don't pick for more than 30 picks, I still feel like there are some players who are going to be available for us, especially at the running back position. Maybe we might be able to sneak in Darnell Washington if he continues to fall because of medical issues. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end that poll now since that is done and in the past. And looks like the 33% of you guys that predicted the Denver Broncos would trade up were indeed correct. All right, so now it's 74. We got the Browns, then the Falcons, and then the New England Patriots at 76. And the Cleveland Browns pick is in. Browns are going Cedric Tillman. Okay. So Cedric Tillman, we got another wide receiver off the board out of Tennessee. So back-to-back Tennessee wide receivers come off the board. Tillman's 6'3", 213 pounds, so gives Deshaun Watson a little bit of a bigger body at wide receiver to work with. His NFL comp, according to Marcus Whitman, is Devontae Parker, so that's actually a really, really solid comp. He uses his size to his advantage in jump ball situations and is a really solid athlete. I like this. There we go, Cedric Tillman. So now the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock, pick 75. So, guys, what would you grade the Denver Broncos draft picks? Let me know in the comment section below. Good to see you, Jess. Thank you so much for popping in. Really, really appreciate it. Always a joy to see you. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow when the Denver Broncos are continuing to make more and more picks. We should be picking tomorrow in the 4th round at pick 108, barring a trade. So here in the 3rd round, we've obviously got to get through the team's original picks, and then we do have a few compensatory picks as well. So 3rd round here is expected to last well into the evening. We've still got a couple of hours of this stream here to go. So now we still have the Atlanta Falcons on the clock at pick 75. I'm still waiting to get their pick. And we've got an edge rusher off the board. Zach Harrison out of Ohio State to the Atlanta Falcons. So they've made some big additions on defense. They've added Jesse Bates. They have Arnold Ebiketie on that defensive line as an edge, and now they're going to add another piece there at Zach Harrison. So I really like a lot of the moves that Atlanta has been making recently. They also got Bijan Robinson earlier yesterday, I should say. So yeah, man, I definitely really like some of the stuff that Atlanta's doing here. So now we're at pick 76. New England Patriots are on the clock. Nice. So Zach Harrison to the Falcons. And Patriots are going Marte Mapu, cornerback out of Cal. So Patriots got another cornerback earlier in this draft, Christian Gonzalez at 17th overall, who surprisingly fell to them at that position. I did not think Christian Gonzalez was going to be that far off the board. He ended up being the third corner off the board, and now they got another corner to pair with him in Marte Mapu.
They are.
Okay.
I'm pretty busy anyway. They did get my work.
Alrighty, so now the Los Angeles Rams are on the clock, pick 77. Getting ready to make their second pick here in the draft. And then after the Rams, let's see here. If it'll load. There we go. Sorry about that. After the Rams is going to be the Packers at 78, the Colts at 79, and the Pittsburgh Steelers at 80. Can I have a French fry?
I didn't get french fries.
Oh, what'd you get?
I got the broccoli.
Or the Brussels sprouts?
The Brussels sprouts. Those were fun.
Can I try them?
I'm going to get a fork.
Okay, here is the Falcons selection.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select from the Ohio State University, Zach Harrison.
That's good.
Zach Harrison, the top-ranked player in the state of Ohio, coming out of high school. Finished
Wow.
with 12
Top ranked player in the state of Ohio coming out of high school.
Let me come to you on this one. We've seen so many really
6'5", 274 pounds.
in recent years.
So now we are at pick 77. Los Angeles Rams are on the clock. New England Patriots went Marte Mapu, corner out of Cal.
Problem is, there's no plan with it. You don't see it often. You don't see him with the ability to use that. His pass rush plan. What's he gonna do? Somebody needs to coach him up and show him how to use his athletic ability. When you set the edge in a 4-3, when you play on the inside of the tackle in a 4-eye, he's got a lot of scheme versatility, really, a lot of traits. His ability to play the 3-4 or 4-3. So many tools to work with. He's gonna be up.
Yep.
Defensive line coach to get him and make sure you unleash this freaky
And following the Rams at 77 is the Green Bay Packers at 78. Still got like 4 minutes for the Rams to make their pick here. They are taking their sweet time. So, how about Hendon Hooker to the Detroit Lions? That one happened when I was recording my video. Man, so they get the blue chip defensive players they wanted to get, and then they also get Hendon Hooker.
NFL draft. The New England Patriots select Marte Mapu, linebacker, Sacramento State.
There you go. So Lions get Jahmyr Gibbs, obviously the running back out of Alabama. Then they got Jack Campbell, linebacker out of Iowa. They got the tight end out of Iowa as well. So, man, Lions have been doing a lot of really solid work. All right, Rams still on the clock here. They have yet to make their pick, or let's see, is this their pick? Okay, they're going edge Byron Young out of Tennessee. Obviously, they've lost Leonard Floyd, and then year prior they lost Von Miller, so Rams could really use some help on the edge, and Byron Young should provide that for them. So Rams go with Byron Young. Now the Green Bay Packers are on the clock at 78, followed by the Indianapolis Colts at 79. Rams already got Steve Avila, one of the best interior prospects in this class, center out of TCU. And here's the Byron Young announcement.
The Los Angeles Rams select Byron Young, linebacker, Tennessee.
Okay, so now the Green Bay Packers are waiting to announce their pick, and I just got a notification on Twitter. Let's see if that's what that is. No, that's just Ari Mirov talking about Byron Young. Okay. I am actually going to step off the screen for like 30 seconds. Oh, wait, no, here we go. Packers are doubling down on tight end. According to Ari Mirov, they are selecting tight end Tucker Kraft out of South Dakota State. So they double down on tight end after taking Luke Musgrave earlier today. So you have to imagine that the Packers are going to be running a lot of two tight end sets with Tucker Kraft and Luke Musgrave. That's surprising. That is really, really surprising. So now tight ends that could maybe fall to the Denver Broncos in the 4th round. Zach Kuntz out of Old Dominion. Darnell Washington continues to fall, man. You got to imagine that injury concerns are really keeping teams away from him. Davis Allen out of Clemson still there. Will Mallory out of Miami. So there are some guys there for the Broncos to maybe potentially fill their tight end 2 role behind Greg Dulcich. So here is the official pick of the Packers here, announcing Tucker Kraft. Now the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. All right, guys, while this is announced, I'm going to step off screen for like 30 seconds here, so just bear with me here.
With the 78th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Tucker Kraft, tight end, South Dakota State. Shout out to all the teachers in the world. I love you, teachers. So, as he said, now they continue to supply weapons here on day 2 for the young quarterback, Jordan Love. That's another tight end. This one from the Jackrabbits who won the FCS National Championship last year. Yeah, no Dallas Goddard, but he's become the NFL on that same program. 6'5", 255, Tucker Kraft. Talk about super competitive, hard worker, grinder. High school, he was running back, middle linebacker, player, quarterback, threw over 1,400 yards. The basketball
Okay,
program,
I'm back.
breakdown as well.
Little tip for all you fellow stoners out there who own cats. Make sure you check your bowl for cat hair before you light it. So, Colts going wide receiver. I'll let him announce it. Tariq Glenn.
79th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Josh Downs, wide receiver, North Carolina. Welcome to the Horseshoe.
So, Josh Downs goes to Indianapolis. He'll pair alongside Alec Pierce and Michael Pittman. Another weapon for Anthony Richardson in the fold. He'll be a slot guy primarily for them. He's 5'8", 171 pounds, so definitely a smaller frame, but can definitely be a solid slot receiver in the NFL. Yep. I really like Josh Downs. One of the top slot prospects in this draft.
His first team All ACC each of the last 2 years, a former four-star prospect. Coming out of Georgia, we'll take a short time out. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock as we work our way through round 3 from Kansas City. We'll be right back.
Cool. Videos are doing well. Okay, so the Pittsburgh Steelers are trading the 80th pick to the Carolina Panthers. Panthers are back on the clock. Let's see what we can get for the compensation here. Pittsburgh Steelers trading down. Carolina Panthers come up.
There's your biggie bag. All that food for $5. That's gonna go too. Ooh, that's my ride or die. Just like you and me. Bag boys. Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food? You can always bet on Biggie. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $5 biggie bag.
Oh, God. So the Carolina Panthers already picked Jonathan Mingo in the second round after obviously taking Bryce Young #1 overall. So it's going to be definitely interesting to see what direction they go here at number 80. Do they want to get another weapon for Bryce Young? Do they want maybe go linebacker? There's still a couple of solid linebackers available. Maybe corner. Keely Ringo out of Georgia is still there. See if we got the pick from Carolina yet. Nope, not yet.
Oh my god.
Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
This is where we use artificial intelligence, like a scalpel, to transform healthcare.
Oh, Jesus, you know, I do not need to have that commercial, and I do not need to get a copyright claim. Copyright claims are bad, folks. So, Steelers are trading pick 80 to the Carolina Panthers for pick 93 and 132. So, the Steelers move down 13 spots and pick up a 5th round pick, I believe. Or a 4th. I'll have to double check. Depends on how many compensatory picks there are this year. So Carolina still has yet to turn their card in. Got about 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to make the pick. You'd think they already know who they would want, given that they're trading up. Okay, here we go.
80th pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 80th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select DJ Johnson, linebacker, Oregon.
Okay. Yeah, seriously.
Brian Burns, pat yourself after Brian Burns. Learn, be a sponge because the pass rush ability, the potential is there. The results
Yep.
work on a consistent basis. The traits, the physical traits, DJ Johnson has it 6'4", 260.
So they got a running mate there for Brian Burns.
The football field, the power to jolt offensive linemen, set the edge. He can do that. The speed.
There's a couple of really solid clips there.
The versatility to line
Doing
up in a variety of
stunts.
ways. He can do that.
Solid run defense there. That's good rep.
They had tackles for loss. Had some decent games. Washington State, I was impressed there. Cal had a nice game there with a couple sacks. But when you have that kind of talent, that kind of physical and athletic ability, in the Pac-12, the numbers should be a lot higher.
But here's the one thing I'll say about him, he does play hard. That's the one thing that he has going for him. He will give you everything he's got playing hard, but he's got to understand how to use that. What's your pass first?
Got to hone in on his craft. So Carolina Panthers with their top 3 picks get Bryce Young, Jonathan Mingo, and DJ Johnson.
Behind him everywhere he goes because this kid has a lot of tools. He just doesn't use them.
Every time I was watching Noah Sewell, DJ Johnson showed up on the screen. You always saw number 2 flashing because of his body type, because of his length, because of his competitive temperament.
Alrighty, so now the Tennessee Titans are on the clock at 81, followed by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Seattle Seahawks. Yeah, they have been coming really quickly.
With pick number 81, anything stand out to you that we've seen in the last 2 selections? I think you look at Tucker Kraft on the Green Bay. Jordan Love has a tight end here with size and physicality. And like I say, happy stay healthy. That's what you're seeing here with Garrett Williams.
Yeah, with Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft, the Packers are going to be running a lot of 2 tight end sets there. So things are going to be quite different there in Green Bay. They're going to be shifting away from the 11 personnel with just 1 tight end and 1 running back on the field.
Byron Young put it up in the wrong Byron Young because the one from Tennessee was a lot better player. So you have to wonder what their plan is and what they see in some of these young players as they start to build their roster out. They need to build depth, not guys that they need to come in and teach how to play, but guys that are ready to add some juice. And I just wonder about that pick, Byron Young from Alabama.
I like the profile.
Titans taking their time with this pick here.
He wants guys with length. He wants guys with position versatility, especially when you're talking about Gonzalez and Marte Mapu now. But those are the kind of guys, that's the kind of guys Bill used to have when we were back in Cleveland. Big, long, scheme versatile players that can play down in the run front or play in the back end and play safety. I like what he's doing. I like how he's trying to construct this defense and get it back on track.
If you're going to play in the AFC East going forward, you're going to have to be able to play some defense. There's no question
Yep.
about it. I like the picks continue here as we have another selection ready to come your way. Tennessee will make this pick here. And then
All right, Tennessee making their pick here.
Yes, Super Bowl champion, but also a co-host on the best sports morning talk show on TV. Good Morning Football.
Jason McCourty, baby.
I have to say, congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs. I saw Mahomes and Kelsey out here. I've had some fond memories here. I remember being at Arrowhead Stadium in 2018 when we won the AFC Championship. And we went to the Super Bowl, and Patrick Mahomes was 1 trophy short. Yes, I said it. I'm sorry.
So who are the Titans taking? Let's see. That's not been announced on Twitter yet.
We are the real team where the Houston Oilers started. You see me rocking it. Tennessee, the home of the best barbecue in the nation.
Oh my God.
Did I say something? No, not true. No, I take it back. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend anybody. But for the Titans, the division
Jason
is
McCourty's
over.
great,
I
man.
don't care what Houston did yesterday. They're going to go get their Letterman jackets again. The Indianapolis Colts
Oh
are
man.
2-6 against the Titans since Pat McAfee came up here and did his wrestling announcement. And the Jacksonville Jaguars, they haven't had back-to-back winning seasons since I was a senior in high school.
Jeez.
But now, for the 81st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Tajay Spears, running back.
Okay, so Tajay Spears comes off the board to the Tennessee Titans. So they get a lightning to complement King Henry's thunder. Speedy, explosive back. Okay. Okay, folks. I like this for Tennessee. I really do. Take some of the load off King Henry. And again, man, Spears is a big play waiting to happen. He's explosive. He's shifty. And he's actually a guy that I was really interested in for the Denver Broncos. Good pick there by Tennessee, getting him at 81 overall. Now the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock, followed by the Seattle Seahawks.
Ultimate slasher. Once he hits that one cut and gets it vertical, he is out the gate, man. He is absolutely out of the gate. He's got strength in his lower body. He can run through contact. He can run inside, outside, and you can see it here. The only issue is the longevity. Some people were concerned about his longevity once he got into the NFL.
Well, you're always going to be concerned about longevity with the running back position, but you take them when you can and use them, and then, as terrible as it sounds, you let them go and move on. You don't give them that second contract unless it's a special talent. So now the Buccaneers are getting ready to make their pick. And it's finally going a lot quicker on the TV now. We're actually pretty much caught up with Twitter. There's Dexter Jackson.
With the 87th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Yaya Diaby.
Another edge rusher off the board. That's a guy I was also potentially looking at for the Broncos. Yaya Diaby, edge rusher out of Louisville. Yep, I like Yaya Diaby too, man. That's a good pick for the Bucs. Absolutely. He could have slipped into the second round for sure. I do worry about his ability to play a 2-point stance, though. So I'm curious if the Buccaneers are going to ask him to do that. He's a little bit of a bigger body for an edge rusher. And they can also play him on the interior as well. So I'd keep an eye on that for the Buccaneers for Yaya Diaby. So now we are at pick 63. The Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. Excuse me. Followed by the Miami Dolphins and the LA Chargers.
The kid they drafted out of Washington, they're looking for pass rush off the outside to get to the quarterback. This is the perfect pick, somebody to add competition in that outside linebacker room. The 83rd pick will be next, and the Broncos will make it.
Oh, we just traded up, guys. Denver just traded up. Okay, here we go. 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 Guys, we are at pick 83. The Denver Broncos just traded up. Just saw it on TV. The Denver Broncos have traded up. We're going to commercial. I'm going to mute that just so we don't get a copyright claim on this video. So the Denver Broncos have traded up to the 83rd pick. I'm waiting for terms on this right now. We just got the notification on Twitter from Benjamin Albright. So Denver Broncos not done. I have to imagine they're probably sending their 4th rounder to... I have to remember, who did they even trade up with? Who is on the clock right now? But I have to imagine they're sending their 4th rounder. I am waiting to get the compensation here. Broncos getting ready to make a 2nd, 3rd round pick. They traded up in the back into the 2nd round to get Marvin Mims. Then they stayed pat at pick 67 and got Drew Sanders. So let's see what happens here, guys. What are we going to trade, first of all, is the big question of the day. I am waiting. So we trade up to pick number 83. So we trade with Seattle. How about that? We trade with our old trade nemesis, Seattle. We give them pick number 108, our 4th rounder, and a 2024 3rd rounder, and they give us pick 83. Okay, so terms of the trade have been announced. What do the Denver Broncos want to do here? We just saw a couple of edge rushers go off the board. Let's see who is left on the edge rushing board here for the Broncos that they might be interested in. Dylan Horton out of TCU, maybe? That's a possibility. Edge rusher, tight end Darnell Washington is still there. Got a couple of running backs they could maybe look at. Israel Abanikata, Devon Achane. So I'm waiting to get this pick here, guys. I'm just waiting for the notification on Twitter, and once I get it, you guys will know. All right, guys, we got the pick. We have got the pick. The Denver Broncos are taking corner out of Iowa, Riley Moss. Moss comes in at 6 foot and 193 pounds. Riley Moss out of Iowa. Okay. So he's apparently more of an off man kind of corner for the Denver Broncos. So he sort of fits that Vance Joseph scheme. 4.45 40. 39-inch vertical jump. Let's read the description here from Marcus Whitman. Or actually, here comes DeMarcus Ware to make the announcement.
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 83rd pick.
Or that's not
to the Denver
DeMarcus Ware.
Broncos. With the 83rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft.
Not sure who that is.
The Denver Broncos select Riley Moss.
There we go.
Defensive back, Iowa.
So, Riley Moss can be both a corner and a safety. Let us read the description. Moss is a smart, experienced corner fit for most defensive schemes. He has good all-around technique, poise with the ball in the air, and good IQ in zone coverage. His overall athletic ability, while not poor by any standards, is nothing special, and he has a chance to put a limit on his ceiling as a cornerback 2 or a quality fourth corner. He's worth drafting somewhere around the 100th pick, and Denver got him at 83, so a little bit earlier than that, with a chance of adding an impressive line of day 3 defensive backs that have come out of Iowa. So, Riley Moss is a Denver Bronco, and again, he's a guy who can seemingly play both corner and safety. I imagine he is looking to provide depth for the Denver Broncos behind Pat Surtain and Damari Mathis. I don't think he's going to start over Mathis at this point in time. They could potentially use him at safety as well, or as a extra defensive back in nickel or dime packages. So a really, really intriguing pick here for the Denver Broncos. This is one of those ones that I almost want to wait and see before I officially make a grade on it, because it can really go either way. But Denver Broncos trade back into the 3rd round and select Riley Moss, defensive back out of Iowa. And again, guys, just to refresh us here on the compensation. Sorry, I lost it. It was pick 83 to Denver for picks 108. That's our 4th rounder this year, and a 2024 3rd round pick. So giving up a 4th and a 3rd rounder, man, they must really feel like Riley Moss is going to be a big player for him. And then right after that, the Dolphins go with running back Devon Achane. That's a running back that I really feel like would have been a good fit for the Denver Broncos. So now our 4th rounder is gone, guys. Our 4th rounder is gone. So that means that the Denver Broncos are not going to pick again in this year's draft until pick 139 in the 5th round. Or actually, I believe that actually went down to pick 183. That went down to pick 183. So it's going to be a while before we see the Denver Broncos again in the draft. But yeah, man, if we can get a quality running back in the later rounds, I'll be really pleased with our haul so far. I like the pick here of Riley Moss. But at the same time, man, there were other players on the board that would have maybe made more sense. All right, guys, until the next pick, this has been another episode of Denver Broncos Syndicate. I am your host, Gage Madrid, saying peace out. Alrighty, we got the video recorded, guys. Riley Moss is a Denver Bronco. You pretty much heard my thoughts on that right there, so I've got to go into thumbnail making mode really quickly and get this video out on YouTube before those clowns over at chat do. Man, I was not expecting them to make another pick today. Let's go, though, man. Definitely Definitely will take it. If you hear that in the background, that is my grandmother's crazy chihuahua. Alrighty. Videos. There we go. And that was the 83rd pick, right? Yeah, it was 83rd. Thanks for bearing with me, guys.
Stop. It's gone.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring in the audio here.
Start today at GoDaddy.com.
Ravens are getting ready to pick at pick 86.
389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's huge.
Do you need the TV?
It's a beast.
Here, hold on. I just want to give him something to listen to while I was editing this.
Oh, because I got my ear thing in and then
Here, let me,
only one of them works.
here, okay, I'll bring them in. I'll let them listen to the Mile High Huddle crew for now
Okay.
while I finish editing this. I'm going to bring in coverage here of Mile High Huddle.
All right, well, let's take the chat.
Nick Kendall, Lance Sanderson, Eric Trickle. We can get their thoughts on this here while I finish editing this video really quickly and getting this up.
Because we were like talking about, oh, maybe Josie Jewell's on his way out. Then you bring in another Hawkeye.
That's
So there
enough.
always has to be a couple of them.
On
Monetization on.
Yeah, I mean, not to use all those things. He's not sneaky fast. He is straight up fast. He really is. He's an explosive player. But he was a team captain last year. I don't think he was the first guy and last guy out because he played on the
Yep. So Nick Kendall, the guy who's talking right now, is an Iowa Hawkeyes fan. So this would be an interesting perspective to get from him on this.
But definitely a player that they loved out there at Iowa. A very tough player. Again, I wish he was a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit more physical. It's not from a want to. I think it's from more of a physical profile perspective. But Broncos traded up and got him in the competition for Damari Mathis. So very good. The cornerback position was one injury away from abject disaster this season.
Yes, it really was.
Breathe air into one of our cornerbacks getting hurt. But let's say Damari Mathis gets a hamstring and is out for 6 weeks. Who the hell is starting? I don't know. Scary. So now at least you have another option.
Alrighty, let's get this thumbnail done here, guys.
Corner spot, and not have to change the entire structure of your defense by moving like Quan Williams out there or something like that. So Eric, what are your thoughts? You stepped out. How do we feel about Riley Moss?
I like him. I mean, this for me, I had a bunch of corners that I liked a little bit more. I really like Riley Moss. It was just with how strong this corner class, he was one of the guys that I just pushed down a little bit. I think
Fair
it's a good
enough.
pick. I like it. He's got plenty of speed. He's a good athlete. I mean, he's got that track background. But another thing that to know is the same thing with other guys, with Drew Sanders and Marvin Mims. Nothing but praise for this dude and his football character and his IQ and everything. With what the Broncos have gone with over the last couple of years, it's definitely a slight shift as they're focusing on that football IQ. Last year, there was a lot of questions about, are these guys football smart? So I like it.
Well, you have to imagine that's just a characteristic of Sean Payton trying to find high football IQ guys. Yeah, exactly. This is a Sean Payton pick.
This is
What
Sean.
makes you say that? Tell me why.
How many? They're now down to 4 picks this year. They have one more pick.
No, they still have a 5th rounder and a 6th rounder. Because they flipped down when they traded.
Oh yeah. So they still have 2 more picks, but their aggressiveness moving up.
Yes.
George
So
Pickens,
Ravens get Trenton
4,
Simpson, linebacker out of Clemson,
83, though.
86th
But
overall.
moving up
49ers now on the clock, following by the
82, round 3.
Jacksonville
First, he was
Jaguars.
62. He moves down a couple times. He ends up starting with an earlier third, and ends up getting Quinn Miners and Baron Browning towards the end of it. Last year, has that high pick, moved down twice before taking Greg Dulcich, or was it just once?
I think it was just once.
Yeah, I believe it was
Again,
just once.
Moves down a little bit, and then the type of players too. I mean, there's definitely a blend a little bit because George Payton likes the athletes, but there's always been questions about the football IQ with his guys when it comes to the athletes. Sean Payton, it's like they're athletes, but they've got that football IQ.
Yeah. I mean,
Awesome. All right. Got the Riley Moss thumbnail done. Make sure the video is processed. It's processed and ready to go. So we just have to upload that.
It's not just somebody like a flash in the pan. God, let me just pull it up here. He started as freshman.
And the Riley Moss video is live, guys. Let's get it. So here's the 49ers pick. It's Joe Staley, former left tackle, announcing it.
So 38 starts over his career in the Big Ten. Pretty good. So I think it's a pretty good pick. Maybe it's a little bit earlier than I would have taken him, but kept hearing people say, no, he's going to top 100.
All right, so we've got a bit of a run of DBs going right here. Jair Brown out of Penn State goes to the 49ers. Jacksonville now on the clock here at 88, followed by the LA Rams at 89.
If there's any coach on this team that I trust, even maybe more than Sean Payton, it's Christian Parker. And you're not making a
Christian Parker, our DB's coach.
Giving the thumbs up to it. Christian Parker, he's probably out after this year. He's probably going to go be a defensive coordinator somewhere.
Probably.
So I'm really excited.
He's rising up the ranks.
Christian Parker, we saw what the Broncos did last year, bringing in Damari Mathis. That pick hit really well. I'm hoping for similar with Riley Moss hitting well above the draft slot at a value position. So you got to, I mean, you have to trust Christian Parker at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he was a guy that I was hoping that they kept last year, hoping they kept him this year. He and Marcus Dixon are 2 guys that every conversation.
No,
I
Gage,
have
Drew
about the Broncos
Sanders,
coaches,
phenomenal
those are the
pick,
2
bro.
that have been consistently named,
Congratulations.
but they've got a coordinator in their future. They're going to be a defensive coordinator at some point in the next few years. Last year, I mean, they took some shots on a couple of defensive linemen for Marcus Dixon. This year,
Grid clearly likes the Drew Sanders pick. That's awesome.
Definitely a pick for him with.
All right, so Jacksonville's pick is in. We have yet to get it here on Twitter.
That is specifically what Christian Parker excels at, is teaching the technique of it. And one thing that when talk about position coaches, not all position coaches are good at teaching everything. Some of them have their specialty. Some of them do more on the cerebral side of things. And,
True.
You typically balance that out with an assistant coach who focuses more on the technique. From what I understand, Christian Parker is the technique guy, and one of their assistants is more of that, the cerebral guy. So they got that pairing to help them all around. But yeah, I'm in agreement with you. This is a pick for Christian Parker, and it's kind of saying, show us what you can do with him.
And thanks for calling this out, David. Sorry I missed this one. 1999. Any chance the Broncos go after Malik Willis since they just drafted Levis? I don't think.
Ooh.
Like a future 7th round pick kind of thing.
Yeah.
They were so quickly in Tennessee. He's older.
But if it's cheap enough like that, I mean, I would definitely be good with Malik Willis. Okay, we got another running back off the board at Jacksonville. Tank Bigsby out of Auburn, and despite his nickname, he's more of a lightning kind of guy than a tank.
It's tough because
he's got good burst and explosiveness off the line.
He'd make sense.
I really like
Bigsby.
Bigsby.
Russell Wilson. Yeah. But I think with just where he's at, there's been a lot that's coming out about him behind the scenes. That's no bueno. But I think that could be an issue for the Broncos to keep away.
Yeah, Malik Willis. There's a reason why Malik Willis has fallen out of favor with the Tennessee Titans. So Tank Bigsby off the board now to the Jags.
Yeah. So I do think that they're still looking at a guy, but this is like, I'm not. I don't know. Malik Wilson.
Waiting on the
Willis
Rams
in
pick
this
here,
range is
89th
okay.
overall.
Just the value of what you'll have to give up to get him. It's just not worth it.
I agree.
And we got
Well, I don't know. I don't think there'd be much value because everybody in the league knows that
overall, I am
Malik
pretty
Willis
happy
is
with
not
Dave.
in high favor of the Titans organization and they're likely to move on from him. So
Somebody who can
the
play
Titans don't really have a whole lot of leverage in trying to get rid of Malik Willis. So they might as well
somebody
maybe even just think about keeping him at this point as their third quarterback. Okay, guys, the Rams pick is in.
get after it. And then also you
Go
have,
ahead and
Broncos
mute
get-
Nick and Eric here. All right, we're waiting for TV to come out of commercial break for them to announce the Rams pick. I'm waiting here for this. So, 5 minutes ago, the Vikings traded the 87th pick to San Francisco for 102 and 164 and 222. So the last pick tonight is going to be the Minnesota Vikings at pick 102, and then we'll be moving into the fourth round tomorrow. So at this point in time, the Denver Broncos do not pick in the fourth round after trading up to take Riley Moss. So we currently sit with a fifth and a sixth round pick remaining in this year's draft. I'm going to bring these guys back on because they're not coming out of commercial yet.
Fourth. So that fourth, early fourth too. But Fozzie 499 saying it looks like pretty much Kush is starting center. Can you name some
Unless maybe you can find Ben Jones, get him in free agency, the former Titans center. If you could find a cheap option in free agency, then maybe we can get away with not having to start Lloyd Cushenberry at center. But at this point in time, it looks like the Broncos' starting center is Lloyd Cushenberry.
So he should be in a better situation out there. And he's still he was considered an intelligent player coming out. Hopefully we'll see that this season. I know that a lot of people like the overall intelligence, just not the overall physical nature you want, not the overall anchor, but it would be hard to turn over the entire center position in 1 year. And the Broncos still have 2 picks. Maybe season competition. Also, the Broncos, there'll be maybe a center out there that's cut, or maybe they'll make a move after the draft or closer to the final 53.
And one thing on that note that you kind of touched on is some teams, they'll hold off on signing a veteran because they want to see how the draft goes. And then when things don't fall their way, they go out and they sign a veteran that they've been
That would have been bad.
That could
That
very
have
well
died?
be the case here at center. And even if they don't
All right, so the Rams pick is in. I'm still waiting on it to come in.
got to compete for it. And there is
I agree.
a lot
I don't
for,
think Lloyd Cushenberry
Kyle Fuller
is our starting center. He's not a starting center in the NFL as of right now. He's just not.
Start if he's able to be that Lloyd Cushenberry. So it's very much competition already, and they're still looking. They looked heavily in the center position in the draft. John Michael Schmitz was one of the guys. He didn't fall far enough, clearly. So they're definitely still looking.
Yeah, Ben Jones is still out there. We'll see if he play again. I think he suffered 2 concussions pretty concurrently.
Yeah, that is a factor. But if they can get Ben Jones, all right, here's the Rams pick.
That was a trade out there for Moss.
Defensive tackle, Wake Forest.
Okay. So the Rams add to that interior defensive line. Get somebody to pair with Aaron Donald on the interior. Kobe Turner, 6'3", 290 pounds. So
I think you put it in this order. That's probably exactly right. I think
at this point in time, that's kind of a developmental player behind Aaron Donald, who's teased retirement the past few years. So that's possibly how the Rams view Kobe Turner and the logic into going into this pick. Last year, he had 38 tackles, 8 tackles for loss, and 2 sacks at Wake Forest. Obviously, he's nowhere near the best defensive player in the NFL, but could be a good developmental piece for the Rams behind him. So now we are at pick number 90. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock, followed by the Buffalo Bills.
if Russell
Rams
Wilson
have now
had
taken
enough,
Steve
like,
Avila,
position
guard out of
quarterback, it's gonna be a
TCU,
quarterback.
Byron Young, edge out of
But if
Tennessee,
he-
and Kobe
just on that
Turner,
mark, it's like
interior
he's still gonna have
lineman
that-
out of
like,
Wake
if he's just good
Forest.
enough
And now the
to sneak out of,
Cowboys
like,
pick is
top five,
in.
you don't have
Good,
that
good.
extra
This is
ammo
moving
to
nice and
move
quick.
up and get a quarterback. At that point, I think it would definitely
Coming out
be
to announce the
edge
Dallas
towards
pick
the center.
right now.
As you said, Garrett Bowles.
There's Drew Pearson.
Next year, it's a lot more likely they move on from him. And then Randy Gregory, it depends on if he can stay on the field. From what I've gathered, they kind of have a hard set on how many games they want to turn out there on the field. And they'll probably move on and they set up his contract for that. So definitely like both of it. I know quarterback next year is projected to be pretty strong. I haven't done enough on edge or offensive tackle to know how they play.
Dallas Cowboys with the 90th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft.
So we have two picks that we want to go through here. Now that the Broncos have done some things, and we have
Okay, Demarion Overshawn,
coming in Washington.
Texas linebacker. All right. They recently extended Leighton Vander Esch. And Micah Parsons is obviously kind of a hybrid linebacker edge guy. So they wanted probably to get another pure linebacker alongside Leighton Vander Esch, and Overshawn will fill that role there for Dan Quinn's defense. Ed obviously gets to stay in the state of Texas to play football, so that's always a cool story.
Kobe Turner, Wake Forest defensive tackle, coming off the board here, 89 overall.
So now 91 overall. Buffalo Bills are on the clock, followed by the Cincinnati Bengals.
Maybe we should have known that the Broncos were. I mean, everything was on the table for the Broncos. We said it many times, and the Cowboys continue to add players to help out Dan Quinn, one of the best defensive coordinators in football. We are down to 11 picks left, 12 picks left. Bills on the
Yep.
clock.
12 picks left.
And gonna be hanging out. It's a lot of fun.
Yep.
Yeah,
Thank you
definitely.
guys so much for tuning in tonight. Really appreciate it. Hope you guys can, if you missed it live, check out my analysis videos of the Denver Broncos 3 draft picks that they made tonight. They traded up in the draft twice now, so really big time picks by the Denver Broncos. So I'd appreciate it if you could check out those videos if you missed my live real-time analysis. So here comes the Buffalo Bills pick.
George Payton likes to do. That's something that Sean Payton has a history of doing as well. Moving a couple guys at the bottom of the depth chart and bringing in I can't remember the amount, but it's like the average size of the undrafted free agent class for the Saints under Sean Payton was like.
Let's go, baby.
And so they like to move some guys. Maybe it was just overall rookies.
Who we got?
It was something like that. So they like to bring in a lot of rookies and just turn that bottom of the roster. That's something that I talk about year in.
Okay.
Always,
Dorian Williams. Tulane to the Bills. I'm not going to lie. This is a player I have not done much research on. I didn't see it. So, Williams, 6'1", 228 pounds. Is he off ball or is he edge rusher? Okay, he's off ball. Yeah, again, this is a guy that I did not do a whole lot of research on, so this is interesting here. Didn't really get to a whole lot of the prospects at Tulane this year. Seems to be a really solid ball hawk, man, based off these clips. Obviously, the Bills lost Tremaine Edmonds to free agency. He went to the Chicago Bears, so this could be a guy who could potentially fill that role. Now we're at pick 92. Kansas City Chiefs, host of this year's draft, are on the clock, followed by the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we've got 10 more picks here in tonight's round. And then we'll be moving on tomorrow to round 4. And be sure to keep it right here on Denver Broncos Syndicate. And we'll be live for continuing coverage of the NFL draft tomorrow. And tomorrow's going to be a marathon, man. We'll be live for, I believe it's going to be 8 hours, dude. So that one is going to be a freaking marathon. I'm going to go ahead and mute ESPN. So Casey's got 4.5 minutes here to make this pick. So we're just waiting on them at the current moment.
Any news on Javonte Williams' injury? He is my favorite player. Broncos are optimistic. He'll probably miss the first few weeks. They're optimistic he can make the season, but with all the damage that was done, that's extremely optimistic. I don't.
I'm
think it
assuming
happens. I
Eric's
think it's more
referring to
likely he gets
Javonte
the
Williams
entire
here.
season, then be ready by season opener.
I
But I
agree.
think we're looking about somewhere, week 6 to 10, somewhere in that range is when we.
Yeah, we will have Pookie for the back half of the season, so I feel like the Broncos really need to think about addressing running back with their 5th round pick. Trading away the 4th rounder for Riley Moss kind of hurts because a lot of the top running backs are not going to be available. I think of guys like Israel Abanikata, who are probably going to be off the board by that point in time. So KC is traded up with the Cincinnati Bengals. What was the compensation? I just scrolled past it. It was Cincy trades 92 to KC for 95 and 217. Okay, so a 6th or a 7th rounder there to move up. Not bad. Clearly, there's a guy here the Chiefs like. The pick is in. We have not gotten it on Twitter yet.
My board in the last few picks because they've been flying pretty quickly. So real quick, just taking a quick look. Shane, Tank Bigsby, those are the only running backs that I still have on there. Rashawn Johnson, I don't really like him for the Broncos with what he is. Israel Abanikanda, he's a guy who really interests me.
Yeah, I like Israel a lot. I really like Israel quite a bit, dude. He would be an interesting pick. So here they're coming to announce the Chiefs pick.
Mutual interest there because of that relationship. They've been linked heavily with Sean Tucker, the Syracuse running back.
Yeah, Sean Tucker out of Syracuse.
I know you disagree with this one, but I would avoid Kenny McIntosh. His fumble history is just too concerning for me. Zach Evans out of Ole Miss, again, high fumble rate. Dwayne McBride, another guy with a
So
high
the Chiefs
fumble rate.
earlier today, or earlier in the draft, got Felix and DK Uzama out of K-State, the edge rusher. Then they got wide receiver Rashee Rice out of SMU.
It's like 1 out of 90 is about the lowest I'd be willing to go. And both those guys, and all 3 of those guys, they fall under that mark. I think the highest one is like 1 out of 78 catches. And that's just a little bit too much, especially after what we've dealt with. But Evan Hall, he stands out a lot for a guy who just can bring what the Broncos are looking for.
So what about Keaton Mitchell, the running back?
Alrighty. Who we got? Kansas City. They trade up with Cincy.
Is that a potential player for the Broncos here to kind of fit that dynamic of the Thunder and Lightning with Javonte Williams should be able to come back? Are you looking for somebody that can handle the load?
Okay, Wanye Morris.
You're not looking for somebody.
So KC looking for some depth at tackle. He'll provide that. He's really not getting much more than a depth piece as of right now. I don't foresee Wanye Morris starting. They just gave Jawan Taylor, the other Jacksonville tackle, a crap ton of money. Right tackle, they got guys like Lucas Niang. So I don't think Wanye Morris is going to start right away, but he should again provide some good depth for him on the offensive line. So if I'm a Chiefs fan, that's a solid pick. So now we're at 93 overall. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock, followed by the Arizona Cardinals.
But Equalizer, he has actually the point I had. Even if he is a free agent, that was a soured relationship. It wasn't a good parting there.
And the Steelers finally end the Darnell Washington slide. They are taking the Georgia tight end, 93rd overall. So Darnell Washington slid much farther down the board than a lot of people thought he would, mostly because of medical concerns. I've heard issues with both his feet and his knees, so clearly there's medical issues there. But if there's any team that could use him, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. They like to run a lot of 2 tight end sets and pair him alongside Pat Freiermuth. This could be a really big-time addition for the Pittsburgh Steelers and a big steal for them if he pans out. Obviously, again, there's those medical concerns there, but the Darnell Washington slide finally ends at pick 93 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And now the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock at pick 94, followed by the Cincinnati Bengals at pick 95. And I'm actually going to go ahead and step off the screen for just a moment, guys. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Here at pick number 93 overall. Everybody knows that, big super freak of an athlete, gigantic body, absolute mauler in the running game. This is a big fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I want to go to Wanya Morris really fast here, Eric, and just get some thoughts for you on what he brings to the Kansas City Chiefs offensive line. Obviously, they went out and got Juwan Taylor from the Jacksonville Jaguars to fill the void left by Orlando Brown at the left tackle position. They're looking for a right tackle, though, and Wanya Morris started a lot of games for the Oklahoma Sooners at right tackle. What does he bring to this team, and does he fit well enough to be a starter for them moving forward?
Well, one thing with him is that he's got versatility. I think there's enough there that he can work in any kind of running concept that you want to throw. I mean, or want to use. Obviously, I think there are some that he might be a little bit better suited for. Um, but I mean, you're looking at him. He's going to compete for that right tackle spot. There's
Alrighty, guys, we are
which is
back.
where a lot of people focus
We are
on.
approaching
I think
4
it's
hours of
but
stream
it's
time
not
now,
enough
guys. Thank you so much to everyone who's
enough there
tuned in
to
tonight.
at tackle.
Really, really appreciate it.
That's what they needed. They needed somebody there to take over because I believe
Alrighty, so Pittsburgh Steelers take Darnell Washington. Arizona is now on the clock at pick 94.
Sorry, I was going to say, hi, Nick. Thanks for joining us back in really fast. Thoughts on Dorian Williams, if you got him really fast, and then I'll let you take over the stream again here. Dorian Williams, linebacker from Tulane, goes to the Buffalo Bills at number 91 overall, right in front of Wanya Morris, and then Darnell Washington just went off the board to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, thoughts on the last couple of picks while you jump back in here?
I really like Dorian Williams. He was one of my favorite linebackers in the entire class. Actually thought there was a good chance he'd end up being the first Tulane player off the board instead of Tajay Spears.
Alrighty, is the Arizona pick in yet?
I'm curious who the running back that Dan and Jeremiah was talking about would plummet. Because
Not yet.
We'll see. Maybe it's going to be somebody like Sean Tucker there. But
For Steelers, they took another guy with medical concerns in Darnell Washington.
In terms of the overall mass of the position, but really long, good at sifting through. The length is awesome. He's a very good blitzer. I think he's pretty instinctive. Wish he carried a little bit more mass from the frame. I think if somebody offensive lineman gets square on him, he can get driven back and get driven off the ball. But most of the time, I think he's pretty slippery out there. I think he'll end up being a starting linebacker in the league for a number of years. And an overall good.
Alrighty, they're getting ready to come out and announce Darnell Washington to the Steelers.
Greatest year turnaround in college football history. I think they went from 2 wins to like 11 wins or something. And Dorian Williams was a big part of that on the defensive side.
There we go. The Washington slide officially has ended. There he is with his wife and kids. At his draft party in Vegas, and Darnell Washington is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Again, man, this just feels like a Steelers pick. All right, so the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock, followed by the Cincinnati Bengals. That's the pick the Bengals acquired in their trade down with the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, man, Steelers are low-key having a really good draft. Yeah, that's actually a really good point there by Nick Kindle, the edge rusher, or not the edge rusher, the interior defensive lineman, Adebayor. Yeah, he's...
I think one of the things is that, as Lance kind of touched on a little bit earlier, is there is a view of him being a little bit overly patient and a little bit overly, what's the right word here? Passive.
All right, Arizona's pick is in at 95. Now the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock, followed by Arizona again.
Early, especially in the running game, and it led to issues at the point of attack. Super explosive.
So here's the announcement for the Cardinals' first pick.
but it's just if you're explosive, you gotta have that quick reaction, and that isn't.
Okay, Michael Wilson, Stanford wide receiver. He's a guy that I really like, but also he has some medical concerns. So if Michael Wilson can pan out health-wise, then this could be a really big steal for the Arizona Cardinals, giving Kyler Murray another dynamic weapon to use. If he can stay healthy, I mean, he's got the route running of guys like Devontae Adams and Keenan Allen, man. This dude is absolutely a refined route runner. Again, if he can stay healthy, he can be a really sneaky good player for the Arizona Cardinals. Last season, had some injuries, but in his career, he's got 11 touchdowns, 134 receptions for 1,662 yards. Again, it's just been medical for him. He's got all the talent in the world. So now, Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock at pick 95, and it looks like the Detroit Lions have traded up with the Arizona Cardinals, it seems. If I am seeing that correctly, because that did say Arizona earlier, now it says Detroit. So, yep, the Detroit Lions are coming up. All right, well, since the Detroit Lions are coming up, I'm going to go ahead and bring in Detroit Lions Syndicate, Gridiron Blitz, bring in his stream here, and we're going to listen to his reaction to the Lions trading up. Here we go, man. So, Detroit is the next pick here. They're getting ready to announce Cincinnati right now. Who's Cincinnati got? All right, so we're getting ready to see who Cincinnati's got, and then the Detroit Lions.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
All right, here we go. So here is the Cincinnati Bengals pick.
50 years ago in 1973. We salute him and all veterans of the Vietnam War. We're thankful for your honorable service. Colonel Rolfe, it is our honor.
All right, here's the Bengals pick.
I'm doing good. I'll be efficient for you. All right. Now you didn't have many callers before because they weren't doing so well.
Pick is in.
You in these game coverage and a lot of pain, and a lot of agony, a lot of record-breaking field goals, and a lot of shouting, and I smile and share that pain. So.
All right, I'm gonna mute Derek real quick until the Lions pick comes in.
But especially we need to remember and never forget the 58,220 that didn't come home and gave their lives so that you could be here tonight to enjoy your freedom.
All right, so Bengals are on the clock, then it's the Lions, and then it's the Washington Commanders.
Now for my homies back in southeastern Indiana and the Houday fans out there. With the 95th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jordan Battle, defensive back, Alabama.
Okay, Jordan Battle comes off the board here, the safety out of Alabama. So he's a ball hawk. All right, so now the Detroit Lions are on the clock. We'll bring Derek back in.
And then I almost snapped with
No, he's still
Laporta
taking his
'cause I'm
phone
like,
call
"Man,
here.
Have you seen the footage of Darnell Washington?
I want to get
running
Derek's
through
reaction to
people
who the
and hurling
Detroit
people?
Lions take here at
you
96.
can't
They
tackle
traded
them in the
up.
secondary. So, but obviously,
See if I can find the terms of the trade here with the Detroit Lions.
So maybe that injury.
Do.
It wasn't just Laporta.
Trying to
So,
find those
hell,
trade terms
and
here.
even Trent Simpson, I would have taken him over Campbell, but
So
he's slipped all the way down. So maybe
it was
something's
with
up with him. Maybe something's
Arizona.
up with all this. But anyways, to summarize for you and finish, you've got excellent RAS.
So the
You know,
Cardinals trade
receivers
pick
still on the
96. The
board.
Lions trade pick 122. Oh, here we go. Detroit's up.
23 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select Broderick Martin, defensive tackle, Western Kentucky.
All right, so they add some depth on the interior defensive line.
Come on, man. We took Broderick Martin.
Broderick Martin out of Western Kentucky.
Western Kentucky.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's our pick.
Okay.
There you go. So that's the
Yeah,
Detroit Lions.
let's talk defensive tackle.
They get some help on their interior defensive line with Broderick Washington. They've got some question marks in particular with Levi Uwazurike, so Broderick Washington could potentially fill that role if Levi is unable to play due to injury. So now we are at pick 97. The Washington Commanders are up along with the Cleveland Browns after that. So the terms of the trade were the Lions receive pick 122, 139, and 16, or the Lions trade pick 122, 139, and 168, and the Cardinals trade pick 96. So Cardinals able to pick up a trio of picks there. That seems like a really good trade for them.
He can clog up the middle, and for a defense that gave up a ton of yards against the run, I know defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn is glad to have somebody like that, but the offseason will be important for him to get an
So Jacksonville Jaguars earlier tonight got Tank Bigsby, and now the Washington Commanders pick is in. Roger Goodell's dapping it up with some Bengals fans right now. And looks like we're going to go to commercial here. Or are we? Yes, we are. Okay, so looks like the Washington Commanders pick will be announced after this commercial break. Obviously, I will announce it here if we get it on Twitter, but to this point, Twitter and the TV have been pretty much in sync. All right, guys, so after Washington's pick is announced, the Cleveland Browns are currently on the clock, followed by the 49ers at 99. We have got 6 more picks to go in tonight's round, and then tomorrow we'll be moving on to the 4th round. Okay, so the Commanders have made their pick. They are selecting center Ricky Stromberg. So they get their center of the future in Ricky Stromberg. What school was he out of again? He was out of Arkansas, that's right. He could play either center or guard. I imagine he's probably going to play center. That's currently a bit of a need for the Washington Commanders. So there you go. They get some help on their offensive line for Sam Howell and Jacoby Brissett, who is their tandem of quarterbacks that they'll be rolling into 2023 with. That's a solid pick for them. I actually quite liked Ricky Stromberg coming out, so that's a solid pick for the Washington Commanders for sure. So now Cleveland Browns are on the clock, followed by the San Francisco 49ers. All right, guys, and just a reminder, the draft kicks off super early tomorrow, man. 10 o'clock in the morning Mountain Time, so we'll be live somewhere probably around 9:45, and tomorrow's going to be an absolute marathon, man. I believe we're going to be live somewhere around 6 to 8 hours. So, again, it's going to be an absolute grind. Be sure to tune in here on Denver Broncos Syndicate. The Denver Broncos, as of right now, are set to make 2 more picks in the draft unless they trade up or trade down and acquire more picks and whatnot. Obviously, that'll be covered here, but be sure to keep it right here on Denver Broncos Syndicate tomorrow for continuing coverage of the Denver Broncos draft. All right, looks like they're finally getting ready to come out here and announce Stromberg to the Washington Commanders.
With the 97th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Ricky Stromberg, center, Arkansas.
All right. So now Cleveland Browns are on the clock at pick 98, and then it's the 49ers at pick 99. All right, Cleveland Browns pick is in. And then after the Browns and the Niners, it is the Las Vegas Raiders at pick 100. All right, here's the Browns pick.
Browns select Siaki Ika.
Siaki Ika to the Browns. Yep. Siaki Ika is a monster up front, man. He can move cats around. I've seen him pick up offensive linemen and forklift them. 6'2", 335 pounds, has really good leverage for a little bit of a smaller player height-wise. But I really like Siaki Ika's game, man. Spent time both at LSU and at Baylor. Put on some pretty nice weight again, man. He needs... His height can be a little bit of a concern, but he plays with really good leverage to overcome that. Yeah, that's a really nice selection there for the Cleveland Browns. Now we've got the 49ers on the clock, then the Raiders, and then it's the 49ers again. So the 49ers' first pick is in. So the Browns so far, with their 2 picks in the 3rd round, have selected Cedric Tillman, wide receiver out of Tennessee, and the Baylor defensive tackle Siaki Ika. And we've got a kicker off the board. The 49ers replace Robbie Gould with Jake Moody. Here's the official announcement of it.
The San Francisco 49ers select Jake Moody, kicker.
Our first kicker is off the board in the 3rd round. So, 49ers let Robbie Gould walk in free agency, and they're taking probably clearly the best kicking prospect in this year's class, in Jake Moody. Name I've heard before, but I did not spend any time evaluating kickers this year, so... All right, 49ers get their kicker of the future in Jake Moody. I know he's a guy that has been on the radar for the NFL for some time now. All right, so Raiders are up at pick 100, and then it is the 49ers at 101. Wow. Obviously, we've seen kickers drafted in the 1st round before. The Raiders picked Sebastian Janikowski all the way back in the day, and then most recently in the 2nd round a few years ago, the Buccaneers took Roberto Aguayo, which ended up being one of the biggest busts of all time. So we'll have to see how Jake Moody works out spending a fairly premium pick on a kicker for the 49ers. But at the same time, man, we all know it's kind of hard sometimes to find a reliable kicker in the NFL. So if the 49ers really feel like Jake Moody can fill that role for them long term, then this will have been a really good pick. So on the subject of the 49ers and Jimmy Garoppolo's old team, here's Jimmy Garoppolo's new team, the Raiders. The pick is in. They're coming out to announce it momentarily. And then it'll be the 49ers and then the Vikings to close out the night. Oh, looks like we're going to commercial real quick. That's great. I'm going to put these guys on here real quick. In fact, since the Minnesota Vikings are getting ready to come on the board, I'm going to bring in my guy Trey here, our resident Minnesota Vikings fan, host of the Minnesota Vikings Syndicate. I want to get his reaction to the Vikings pick, so we got him in right now, and I'm actually just going to step off screen for a second and grab a snack real quick.
Which I'd be A-okay with. But I'd be pissed that we couldn't get DB. Oh, man.
Ooh.
This is moving.
Yep. Seriously, let's come out of commercial already. The Raiders pick is in. Let's see if Twitter's spoiled it yet.
35 in the chat. Let's go. Appreciate everyone watching. Thank you.
So, as part of the Broncos trade up with the Detroit Lions, they're sending whichever 2024 third rounder is lower between theirs and New Orleans as part. They're sending it to Seattle rather, and they're trade up to pick 83. So yeah, it's a lot, man, to move up for a guy like Riley Moss. All right, we still have not gotten the Raiders pick yet online.
What y'all thinking for a selection?
The Vikings, man. They could probably use some DB help.
What's up, Wallace? No.
Could this be maybe a spot where Dorian Thompson-Robinson comes off the board? It'd be pretty damn early for it, in my opinion, but the Vikings could really use a backup quarterback, so that's an option for them, but we still have 2 picks to get through here before Minnesota.
We're back. Let's pause the music. Let's turn this stuff on. What Jonathan said.
Keely Ringo still on the board. Corner out of Georgia. Darius Rush still on the board as well. There's still some really good players on the board. And, of course, we're going to delay this for TV purposes as long as we freaking can.
Unfortunately, it did not, Thor. Unfortunately, it did not. Swear to God, if we take a kicker...
Okay, here's the Raiders pick.
Trey Tucker. Hey, we share a name. His is spelled a little different than mine, but let's go. Congrats.
Trey Tucker. All right. Wide receiver out of Cincy. Headed to the Raiders. Another weapon for Jimmy Garoppolo to work with. Joins Javonte Adams, Jacoby Myers, and Hunter Renfrow in that mix. So another chip there. And then San Francisco is now on the clock, followed by the Minnesota Vikings to close out the night.
We can do it. We can do it. And we're taking Keely Ringo. Unless San Fran decides to pull him away from us.
I'd really like Keely Ringo to the Vikings. That would make a lot of sense. Keely Ringo would make a ton of sense.
Jonathan, chill. Don't say anything. Don't lie to me. I know you're playing. I was watching. I about had a heart attack. Pick is in for the Niners.
Niners pick is in. All right. Keely Ringo is right there for the Vikings, dude. Keely Ringo is right there. Cameron Latu, tight end out of Alabama to the San Francisco 49ers. Adding another piece there behind George Kittle. So now we are at pick number 102, the Minnesota Vikings, to close out the third round and close out the evening. Vikings traded down to acquire this pick. So we'll have to see what direction they go with it.
Pick is in for the Vikes.
Vikings pick is in. I know what it is. I know what it is. I'm not going to say it, though. I'll let the TV say it.
Skull, baby.
I know who it is. Robert Smith. All right. Spoiler alert, guys. It's not Keely Ringo. Denny Green, man. All right, I know who it is. Spit it out. Come on, man. Mekhi Blackman out of USC, cornerback. So, Trey gets his DB. He doesn't know who he is. Mekhi Blackman out of USC. He gets his DB, but it's not Keely Ringo. He's 5'11", 178 pounds. That's more of a nickel build. Obviously, that's kind of more like a Chris Harris build. So, slot is probably a better option for him. It's a good play right there for sure against my Buffs. Excuse me.
Look, I'm okay with it. It's a DB.
Yep, solid. That is definitely solid. Alrighty, guys. Well, that officially wraps up day 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft. I believe that Sean Payton and George Payton are going to be going live here in a few minutes for a press conference. I'll try to see if I can get something together to go live for that. No guarantees, though. It depends on if I can get stuff together to go live for that. But, alright, guys. Denver Broncos have a really, really strong night tonight. Trading up to get Riley Moss, first of all, or Jesus Christ. Trading up to get Marvin Mims, first of all, I meant to say. Then they stayed pat and got Drew Sanders out of Arkansas, and then traded up for Riley Moss. So a really strong night for the Denver Broncos, guys. I'm gonna let my hair down here. Feel like they added a couple of players who are gonna make a big impact for us, especially Drew Sanders and Riley Moss. Marvin Mims, that one still remains to be seen. I feel like they left other good players on the board there. But if Marvin Mims pans out for us, filling that KJ Hamler role, I feel like this probably spells the end of KJ Hamler in Denver. But regardless, guys, this is the end of round 3. We will see you guys back here tomorrow at about 9:45 a.m. Mountain Standard Time for the start of round 4. The Denver Broncos have 2 picks tomorrow. All right, guys, I'm going to dip out of here. And until next time, guys, I'm tired. I am your host, Gage Madrid, saying peace out.